And another chapter was that of his time at SARS, Mzwai, as the Deputy Commissioner at some point and then Commissioner, and really being credited with the work that he did there. And it's befitting that we have the man who's heading up that institution right now.
Actually, he'll be able to tell us if what he found there was exactly the foundations that he had expected.
Yeah, I mean, we must remember that prior to the establishment of SARS, we had two government departments, a Customs and Excise and an Inland Revenue. And not only were they government departments, they typified the traditional bureaucracy, which was administratively focused, inwardly oriented. The notion of looking at taxpayers as clients didn't exist. It was more enforcement of the laws as opposed to serving the public. And so what Pravin did was not just an organizational arrangement to bring two inefficient departments under one roof. The hardest part of any transformation is the hearts and the minds of people. And Pravin became an evangelist of what we now today refer to as the higher purpose. He helped us all understand that yes, we administer laws, we collect revenues, we enforce where we need to, but the higher purpose of our work is not about that. Laws are cold and sterile. The higher purpose of our work is that our democracy and our beautifully crafted constitution that promises to heal the divisions of the past and to deal with injustice and to create the opportunity for every South African to live to their full potential, that they would be hollow words, hollow promises, if government did not have the resources to create the social goods and services. And he knew, and he helped us understand, that that's the true purpose of our work. And so yes, I think it is very correct to acknowledge his contribution at SARS. And when I sit in the same chair that he sat and walk the same path that he had walked, I remain mindful that I'm building on the deep foundational edifice that was laid during his 10 years. And of course I had the privilege to be there for at least half of that time. And so it is very easy for me to just cast back the conversations we had. And I can tell you many of those stories that we've had.
I'm hoping you can share one at least.
And yeah.
I'm hoping you can share one of those, you know, those conversations that you'd remember, especially when you're now taking over. What does he say to you?
Well, I mean, he was one of the first people I visited once the president appointed me. And his admonishment to me was, you know what to do. You've been there before. You know what we stand for. And I could always count on that kind of encouragement from him. But let me share with you a story that speaks to the characteristics of PG about never giving up. We're coming to the end of the Auditor General of South Africa, our annual audit, and we could not reconcile our fixed asset register. And we were heading for a qualification. Pravin would not accept that. I was then Chief Operating Officer, and he literally said, we will count every desk, we will count every chair, we will find every laptop, and cell phones were then, being kind of, we will find every cell phone, and we will not rest until we can reconcile the asset register, fixed asset register, to the physical verification. And it meant that I had to literally go around the country, drum up the workers in every office, in every branch that we had, whether customs or tax, and we had to do a physical count, and we did not rest until we had a complete reconciliation of our fixed asset register and we had no qualification. So that's the kind of, he was once described by an independent leader, leadership survey we did, as someone who was as intimidating as he was inspirational. Intimidating because he exacted high standards and led by example, did not suffer fools. He was a true meritocrat. He didn't tolerate mediocrity, so he was unyielding when he set us those goals. But he balanced that with a deep sense of purpose, and he never doubted the fact that he had one goal in mind, was that through our work we would touch the lives of people. And you know, you knew that behind that stern face was a warm smile and embrace. And when he asked you, how's your family? He came to visit me one day in hospital after I had had an incident. He was at Fossad for the day, and he had learnt that I'd been admitted to hospital. On his way from Fossad, it was already 7 o'clock. Before he went home, he came around to check up on me in the hospital and just to again assure me of his support. That's the man that we will bid farewell to today.
It speaks, Mzwai, to a number of what his colleagues were saying about his work ethic. Because when you listen to the fact that the asset register has to be reconciled, if it means somebody's not going to sleep for the next 30 days, so be it. And I suppose it speaks to that, that caliber of servant leadership that a lot of his colleagues would be talking about.
Indeed, and I think even translating into his government work, you'd remember very well when he came in as finance minister, I think 6 months later we had the economic downturn in the world, so which was very difficult. But because of the kind of principles and I think that we are speaking about, so we were able to have the shock absorbers, and then somehow our economy was able to somehow weather the storm because of the institution that had been set up. And I think largely to institutions like SARS, which were able to really see us through. I mean, remember the world was going through the most difficult period. So if you hear what the commissioner is saying versus what his comrades have been saying and the work and the institutions that he put in place, they do talk to what we are as a country. In fact, one of the things that is being said when we are facing difficulties, be it of corruption, is that our financial institutions normally stand us and they normally prevent us. They normally serve as a bulwark against what people are trying. And I think that's why we have seen some revenues going up, and we hope they will be going up even more so that our country is able to benefit.
And Commissioner, you know, we've been talking a lot about his legacy, and a lot of people, different, you know, reflections. You speak to, for example, Snooki Zigalala with the Veterans League of the ANC, who says that we remember him as somebody that we could go to if we did not understand the decision he had taken, and we'll put him at the table and say, explain to us. And if we are not convinced, we will then express our dissatisfaction, and he would then go back, if he believes that we're making sense, go back and possibly rethink the decision. A number of people also talk about the fact that, you know, this is someone who viewed South Africa as one that should be non-racialist, one that should be inclusive of everybody. What becomes his legacy for you? The reflections that you carry forward, especially as you go into the future?
You know, I think the most important reflection that I will hold is, there's a word that says talk is cheap. Many of his critics get on the soapbox and they talk. Many currently in government and in public service, it's easy to announce policies and plans, but the rubber hits the road at execution. When you're able to translate a plan that you have conceived, mobilize 12,500, at the time almost 15,000 people when he was at SARS, into a unified action around a single common purpose, and that translates into daily activities. When I announce our revenue results, I say SARS succeeds not because of one big thing. but because of millions of little things. And it's the collective work of 12,500 people, in our case now, executing daily activities, often mundane activities, that produces the outcome and the measurable results. And Pravin had fierce intellect, as many do, but what set him apart was he was able to translate that intellect, the concept, into words, into plans, and then galvanize people into actions to deliver impactful results. That's why wherever he went, people were not indecisive about him. They loved him or they didn't like what he was doing, but almost always the line that separated one were those who were committed to the same cause as opposed to those who wanted to undermine that cause.
And how then do you respond to those who talk about his legacy, reflecting on, as you say, did not like his approach, did not like what he did, and simply say that some of the institutions through their vantage point, for example, were broken down and he could not exercise effective leadership, according to some? How do you reconcile those who've got that view about his legacy?
I mean, you mentioned now of one of his former colleagues saying that if you did not understand, you could engage him. Pravin would never shy away from a robust engagement to share his ideas, to sell his ideas. And yes, he had, you could not come in there and shoot from the hip. You had to do your research. I remember many mornings when I had to go and provide a plan which was maybe a deviation from what he shared. You could not go there just with a whim. You had to think through, find the evidence, and make a strong argument. And whenever you made a strong argument, he would concede, and he would, because he was also agile and adaptive. Pravin was not a slavish ideologue. He was a pragmatist. Yes, they refer to him as a communist, as a Marxist, and I think that is true, that's where his roots were. But when it came to translating thought into action, he understood that one had to be flexible in tactics, flexible in execution, so that you did not become a slave of the ideologue, but rather use the ideologue as a map, but ultimately the journey and not the map is what matters.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for sharing your reflections with us this morning. I appreciate it. That is the SARS Commissioner there, Edward Kisweta. And you think about the many hats that we keep on talking about here in our reflections with Mzwayi, is the fact that, you know, you go back in time. He was with the Natal Indian Congress, and someone who knows his journey and that chapter of his life is standing by with Jade Paulsen. That is Narendra Singh. Jade?
Over 50 years joins me now. Lifelong friends. Share your moments with us, and also how are you feeling right now? We've spoken to so many friends who have shared some of the memories, the light-hearted memories, and that's what we want to hear in keeping his legacy alive.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great loss to South Africa, and we know a giant tree has fallen, but the legacy and the roots will live on forever. And I recall, Pravin, when I went as a young little boy just after matric in 1971 to the Durban College for Indians at that time, and Pravin and his comrades were very active in trying to ensure that the authorities there, which were quite racist, didn't take advantage of us students. And I remember the first SRC being formed in 1971. Pravin was 3 or so years ahead of me, but very, very active, and you know, he did his bit to ensure that apartheid fell, but I think he had a serious challenge post-apartheid in ensuring that good governance and anti-corruption prevail within our government system. But But, Pravin being the person he is, you couldn't disagree with him. And whenever I disagreed with him in the portfolio committee, because I served in the portfolio committee of public enterprises, Pravin would come to me later and say, but Naren, we know each other. How come you criticize me? I said, Pravin, it's not you. It's about the portfolio. And I understand the challenges you're having with many in state-owned enterprises. We'll help you, but let's work together. But don't come around and ask me why, I'm criticizing you, because it was all part, but it was good banter at that time. And I think we were all, we had common purpose to ensure that there was good governance and state-owned enterprises, which takes up the bulk of taxpayers' money, function effectively.
And you speak about that good banter, and it's so beautiful to see how you are friends, even though you come from different political parties.
Yeah, Pravin had his run-in with the IFP before 1994, and I recall late Faith Kasa, who was chairperson of our Women's Brigade, leading a huge delegation to his house in the Sydenham area, and because he said some things about IFP, and there was no love lost between the ANC and the IFP, but in particular between Pravin and the IFP at that time. But I think as we got to Parliament in 1994, him and I, we both started in 1994, and he met Prince Buthelezi and other IFP leaders. There began to be some kind of understanding that we were all, working towards the same goal, but perhaps using different avenues to get there. And then we got on very, very well as friends, and I remember Prince Buthelezi always greeting him, showing him the greatest of respect. But that's how it is in politics. You have your differences as in your political outlook, but as friends, you always remain friends. And so it's a great loss. And I met him not so long ago at the inauguration of the president, and he seemed jolly, and I asked him why he had retired. He said, well, he thought it was time, there's a time to come and a time to go, and he had served the nation. And I agree, he'd really served the nation very well, but one would have liked that he would have had more time with his family and friends to enjoy life, rather than having dedicated the better part of his life to politics and activism.
Thank you very much for sharing your views with us. Naren Singh, Treasurer General of the IFP and Deputy Minister of Forest and Fisheries, talking to us about his friend Pravin Gordhan. And these are the sentiments that we're going to be bringing to you live as the SABC viewers, as we take you on this journey in celebrating the legacy that is Pravin Gordhan. From here, it's back to you. Ayanda, we've just been told now as the media, we just need to stop here and allow the family the privacy just to walk through the corridors, making their way into the auditorium where guests are awaiting. If you can just bear with us, the shaky visuals, just allowing family members to make their way through. And as I said, throughout this week, we have seen the outpouring of condolences from those within the political realm, business sectors, his friends, and colleagues who have worked with him for so many years. We've heard the fond memories from political stalwarts who have shared and addressed his legacy that he leaves behind. Well, we've just been stopped as the media now, Ayanda, just to allow the family some privacy as they make their way and say their last goodbyes before it becomes a state category 2 funeral. So I'll hand it back to you and try and get to an advantage point where we can once again speak to what we are seeing.
The point of view of what happens now, but also as a colleague at some point, you know, her reflections, some of the conversations they would have had in cabinet meetings, hoping she takes us behind closed doors at some point to just get a sense of some of those moments that they would have shared together. So certainly Mzwai and I are still here watching this particular, you know, funeral for you. We are expecting it to commence at 11 o'clock this morning.
Is not going to intimidate me.
All right, as the dignitaries there are making their way inside, and a number of them, of course, reflecting on the friendships, the conversations, the guidance when it comes to various leadership roles that some of them occupy inside this particular auditorium. We do have with us the Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, who's sitting with us here with my colleague Mzwai Mbeje. Mzwai, of course, as we bring the Minister into this conversation, we were talking about him, and that is the former Minister Pravin Gordhan being a stickler for process. And we heard even from the former SARS Commissioner saying that at some point he was made to run and make sure that the asset register is done so well that they do not get a qualified audit. And Minister, I wonder from your vantage point as a colleague at some point, are you able to share with us some of the moments that you would have shared with him behind closed doors?
So I had to extend my condolences to the family and his friends. So I used to call him Marume, which is uncle. So, but I wanted to get him. I thought it would be difficult, and I said, "You can't call me your niece. Muduhuru, and he got Muduhuru quick. But first of all, he was a pharmacist to the end. So you get sick, he'll say, "Oh, what is your prescription?" And I say, "But why would you want to know the prescription? The doctors will give you wrong thing. I'm the pharmacist." So, so one time I went and then I was taking the medication and he says, "That's the wrong combination. Let me see your script." And I'm going, "No, Marume, I don't have the script. I left it at the pharmacy." And he says, "No, call your doctor. Copy of the script." So we got a copy of the script. And he says, "No, Pressure, the doctor, is going to prescribe for you because this is not going to sort out your current problem quick enough." And so that's the relationship we had. And I would say something, I remember first time I was acting Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation after the late Comrade Jackson passed on. And I said something on the screen, he wasn't happy. So he called me and said, "At 7, we're going to have a call." Remember, it was during the COVID days, so it was me, EP, Sestoko Didiza, the speaker, and him on the call. And he said, "You know, you must connect the dots. You could not, what you're saying does not connect the dots." And he'll share 5 articles to read, and he must explain. I said, "But I will not have time to read." He says, "And you expect to lead without reading?" So that's the conversation. So even, I will not take it to what he'll say at cabinet, but if you say something at cabinet, you would expect a call from him or a WhatsApp. If he's not happy at all, he'll say, "I thought you were one of the good ones. What happened to you?" "But what did I do? I just raised a different view." But he was, for me, he was there to guide. He raised his views and opinions very openly and very sharply. He didn't mind. And he tried to find a uniting point so that things could move forward. And he had a phrase that he liked very much to say, "Well, what you are saying, will that move the needle? Will that, meaning that will it change and bring something better?" And moving the needle, and it's the needle of a car. You know, when it moves quicker. It doesn't move slow. So that's him. And it's one of the people we're going to miss. When he started not being well, we had conversations and he says, "No, the doctors will sort it out." And I said, "Marume, you are wangshaya." And then he laughed. He says, "I'll tell you the truth." And I was amazed that on his last days, he said, "This is it, I'm going." And he started to plan for his departure. I remember when I received the call that he's not well, and I called the president. The president says, "No, he spoke to him that morning and he told him what is the state of affairs." So for him, he didn't want things to happen by coincidence or by accident. He wanted things planned meticulously, including this funeral, who will speak, how things should run, and all those things. And he was very clear about making sure that he doesn't leave messes that you'll have to clean up. We were worried, with the official funeral, sometimes they get to be very expensive. But he was very clear that he doesn't need a very complicated things. He doesn't want somebody accounting for how his funeral done.
And that speaks a lot, of course, about the planning. And as you say, that even to the very last detail, he ensured that things were done. So when it comes then to the detail, let's talk about what can we expect as soon as the official program gets underway.
So is the official program category 2 as declared by the president. The party will speak, the ANC, because it was very clear that he's an ANC man through and through. The Secretary General of the ANC will speak. Then you have the family portion, where the friends will also speak. His daughters will speak. And then you'll have the eulogy, and it's run by the police because of the category that it is in. And you saw when they came in, they came with the ANC flag. Even when he departed his home in Pretoria, the coffin was draped in an ANC flag. So it has to transition from the family party state to a state or official category, with the country's flag being draped and the police taking over, being the pallbearers in that setup. But we expect to be like him, that everything must run on time. He used not to like things running over. He'll be complaining, "Why are we sitting here? This thing should have been planned. Plan it to the time." I remember the other time I was cut on my speech in Parliament because I ran over the minutes. And from there on, he'll call, "I saw you on the speaking list. Did you rehearse? Did you time yourself?"
So did we time everything today, and when are we likely then to be wrapping up inside here for for that private ceremony that's going to be his cremation. So did you plan everything to the T, and what time?
No, we planned everything to the T. I don't want to throw people under the bus. I'm not telling you what time it ends, because then you'll say I threw people under the bus. But I'm expecting that everybody who speaks, there is people who have related, who's on the program, it's people who have related to him. They know what the man was about. They know what he stood for. And also they knew his being a stickler for time, protocol, and preciseness. And he doesn't want people to, waffle and say, you are waffling, stop waffling, go straight to the point. So we expect that we should finish on time and allow the family the private cremation service. Thank you.
So is it still 2 p.m., possibly? I'm trying to get a time here.
Let me do this. Let me do this. Hey, now you see now that I'm truly blind. It should be 1:30.
1:30.
Yes,
Okay.
2 p.m. 1:30.
The minister has just put her neck on the block.
No. So if everybody overruns, you should know that PG is not happy.
And I hope his voice will ring in your ears when you are extending, as he would not be happy with that. But before we let you go, I'm sure you've seen the different reflections of his legacy. You've seen the mixed views from some. We had a conversation earlier with the SARS commissioner who was saying that there was no in-between with him. You either loved him or you hated, you didn't like him. You either loved his approach, you didn't like his approach. You're happy, unhappy. And that spoke volumes about his leadership and how he stood for what he believed in. There are people who did not like his style of leadership, and I wonder, from what you've seen out there as a reflection on his legacy, what do you say, especially to those who are saying that, look at what happened with the SOEs, the billions that, also continued then to cost the fiscus, but also not steering the ship right, according to some?
So the man is not infallible. Like all of us, he was fallible. He has his flaws, but it's true. There was no gray. It is black or white. But it's very opportunistic to blame the weaknesses or the failings in the SOCs to the late Comrade Pravin. Because that problem did not happen overnight. It's a problem that took place over a long period of time, and he tried to reverse. And when it was assigned that role, he knew very well that it's not the reversal of that is not going to happen immediately. As we speak now, Dinel has just registered a profit. And if you don't want to give him credit for that because you want to blame him for that, AXA has just, you understand, we can name a number of entities. ESCOM is now getting on the right path. And that work is not an overnight, and companies of that nature and that size, it's like a ship. You don't turn it around like a car where you can just veer and decide to turn immediately. It's a period that you built in. So part of the things that you are seeing now is the legacy, the progress and improvements, is the legacy of his work. He may not have done it the way other people liked, but he has gotten us there, and what we are left with is to build momentum. I don't expect people, in my language we say, and I will not say it in Chivenda because the translation, as I heard you speaking, so it's going to be difficult. In my language is that nobody will love you because you are not money. So he was not money, so we cannot all love him. So there will be those who love him, and there will be those who hate him. To even say dislike him, there will be those who hate him with a passion. But it doesn't take away from his contribution. It doesn't take away from the value that he has added. And it also doesn't take away from his own mistakes that he's made. And we live as human beings within that. As we send him to his final resting place and we thank him for the service he has given this country, both as a commissioner in SARS, for the struggle, the freedom that we enjoy. He was also part of those who contributed. We also must appreciate that any man will have his flaws, but are his flaws worth overlooking the immense contribution he made to this country, both for our freedom but also for the continued development of this country. It is, from where I'm sitting, his contribution, his positive contribution supersedes any of his flaws by far. The flaws pale in comparison to his contribution, and may his soul rest in peace, may his family and friends find comfort.
Minister, we'll let you go. Remember, you are on borrowed time on a deadline. You did commit that there's a certain time at which the program will end. And as you say, he will not be happy if you overrun. So let's see.
The Madam Speaker is running the program. Let's see whether she sticks to the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for
Thank
talking
you.
to us. And that is the Minister there in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, and it speaks to the many, layers to the man that we now know as the former Minister Pravin Gordhan. And you saw the family, and a lot of people are talking about his love for family and the fact that right now this is a family that he would have loved to spend a lot more time with, because he had announced his retirement, and certainly it must be a bittersweet moment for his wife and the daughters, because they were still hoping possibly to spend a lot more time with him. They borrowed him to South Africa to do as much as he needed to do for this nation. But as I bring in Mzwai back into this conversation, I mean, Mzwai, you think about Vanitha, his wife, you think about Priyesha, you think about Anisha. This is a man that they would have known as their father, a man that they would have shared with South Africa as well. And so for them, this is not just a struggle, a liberation veteran. This is not just a former minister, but this is a dad, as they would have known him. And when you listen to the many conversations and the many reflections of people, you also get a sense of just how much of a father he also was to his younger colleagues as well.
I think the minister has basically said it well. I mean, she is even saying, she was calling him Malum, because I think of that kind of respect she had for him. But of course, as someone who is rooted in the struggle, someone who knows so much about what went on, you remember many of us find this democratic South Africa already ready. So we do not know. Of course, we do, because we've learned about it, and then we've been taught about it, and then. But there are those who did not just sit by or just read books about it. They got involved. There are those who made sacrifices. People who could have gone on to become anything they wanted to be, but because they knew there was a bigger picture of getting this country to be what it is, so they did that kind of sacrifice. I mean, he's a pharmacist. I mean, he could have continued to make money and forget about politics. But because he was interested in the welfare of his fellow countrymen and women, so he took the route in which he took. But outside of that, as you've correctly said, he was a family man. So any foundation of a society must be anchored on good family. So if you can't take care of your family, so why would we trust you to take care of an even bigger family, which is society? So that thread is coming through, and you can also see from some of the individuals that he's been relating with. I mean, we also spoke to Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure earlier. So basically reiterating some of what I think Minister Ntshavheni has been saying, particularly as younger ministers, so you could see the kind of engagement that they were having with him.
And it also, of course, lends itself to his political career at some point, and government career, which also was not a straight line. At some point, we talk about that big moment when he is called back from, that investment drive with his deputy at the time as finance minister. And he's now called back home and trying to, in an effort to woo investors for South Africa. And what follows after that becomes a huge and defining moment in our country as well. Let's speak about that particular moment, because yes, he did express, in public platforms about how South Africans right now should begin to connect the dots, how South Africans right now should begin to be more vocal about what takes place in government. But there were deeper reflections about where South Africa found itself at the time.
One of the public voices, perhaps at every given moment, which you would hear talk against state capture would be Minister Pravin Gordhan. So at every turn, he would speak about how they have hollowed out state institutions. So the time that you are mentioning, when he was on that road show to seek investments outside, so was also the time when the issue really of the state capture related activities was very high. And the political tensions in the country, Bongi, were very high within the political party, because we were already going into an elective conference which was going to elect new leaders, and many leaders had nailed their colors to the mast. So already it was becoming clear that he was going with, if I were to put it that way, with a faction that was not led by the former president then. So, and that came to a head. I mean, you saw a serving minister and his deputy being recalled in London on such an important mission. So that then told you that he was someone who also, because when you had some of the reasoning from the former president as well, so there was an intelligence report that had been found, whether true or false, I mean, that's something else. So it's someone who was influential in one way or the other. So if he then continued, so you felt perhaps you would be undermined, and that's why he was recalled. But also, before the relations soured, you'd remember when Des van Rooyen had been appointed, who was the person who was brought in to stabilize the market and the situation? It was Pravin Gordhan. So that then told you that he had that credibility, that connection with the markets, with people who matter, not only in the country but also outside.
And sharing, of course, those reflections there to say that, even at the time when he was called, after the Des van Rooyen, saga, he then gets called and he's told, you cannot refuse what, the president at the time, President Jacob Zuma, is about to say to you. But Mzwayi, before we hand back to Ayanda, we look at his picture there that is on screen right now. And a number of his colleagues who are, former colleagues that is, who are inside this particular, venue, are also going to be reflecting on their own moments, because when you listen to the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, for example, they go back to that moment when he was testifying the State Capture Commission of Inquiry, saying that he did this so that those who are responsible or even accused of corruption should have their day, whether in court and in whatever form, to answer to some serious allegations, and saying that it would be a disservice and a dishonor to his memory if that is simply not done.
And I think that's probably the legacy he would want to leave behind, that of being known as the voice that fought hard to clean out corruption in our system. Because if you trace the problems that we are having as a country, whether it's in lack of service delivery, whether it's in general decay of our state, many of those difficulties, Bongiwe, stem from the fact that those charged with the responsibility of implementing those services so misuse those resources. Even if they have to do something, those resources are finished because they've been channeled elsewhere. And I think that's what he would want to do. And that's why I think when he became the Minister of Culture, one of the things that he had crafted was that to be able to start delivering services, we need to come up with a plan which he called it's back to basics. So once you start to do the small things right, so you'll be able to get the bigger ones quite okay. So that is the kind of legacy he would want to leave. A corruption-free South Africa, is it possible? That's another debate for another day. But I'm sure we can be able to make a whole lot of progress in terms of getting the country to what everyone desires it to be.
All right, let's take you back now to my colleague Ayanda Nyati, who is standing by there in studio for us. And we can, of course, see various, former ministers. There's also former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, who is here, Ayanda. And these are his former, colleagues who would have been with him in different cabinet meetings. And at the same time, you then hear about this man who was not only a politician, but a pharmacist through and through, right up until, the very end, as he would go through some prescriptions as we've heard those there from some of his colleagues. Ayanda?
Whatever ailment she was dealing with, once again, it's crystallizing when you get a sense of just how many different roles he played, even behind closed doors. But we're going to stay with these visuals for you. On the left-hand side is the situation as it unfolds inside the Inkosi Albert Luthuli ICC. That's when many of the mourners, family, friends, dignitaries, comrades have now arrived. Outside for you, we're watching the situation unfold there on the right-hand side, where we spotted several people within the ANC and in government, by the way. Gwede Mantashe, who is the chairperson of the ANC, we spotted. We also saw Togo Didiza, the current Speaker of the National Assembly, who is likely to lead today's program, expected to begin in just under an hour's time at around 11 o'clock. Joining us here in our Auckland Park studios is our Sophie Mokoena. She, of course, heads the international desk for SABC News. And there's been so much said, Sophie, as we take stock of the legacy of Pravin Gordhan. And you cannot do that without speaking about state capture in some instances, and perhaps even the relationship that Pravin Gordhan had with former President Jacob Zuma.
Yes, the issue of state capture, it is going to be a key word or phrase during the deliberations or when people are speaking, because you can't leave that out, because you know how he was firm on that, and that even led to the current hatred against him in relation to those perhaps who were fingered, but also those who feel that the issue of state capture was a non-issue. And therefore, the people who are going to speak are going to try and clarify that. And also, you spoke about the relationship with individuals. Key is President Jacob Zuma then. And as you heard from President Jacob Zuma weekend, that it is Pravin Gordhan who assisted him to leave the country, and he was intending to come back. He went to Eswatini, Swaziland at that time, where he met the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki. But after receiving certain information while Zuma was in Eswatini or Swaziland, the decision was taken that Jacob Zuma shouldn't go back to South Africa. And you had yesterday again Begicele talking about the role that he played in terms of the underground movement and people coming in and outside the country. The Dr. Romo, they're talking about how he was assisting people who contracted malaria when they went outside the country. So he was also a link between those who were inside the country and those who were outside the country. And Operation Vula, and I think Mac Maharaj articulating his role in that operation very well. So it is someone who worked very hard during struggle years. And of course, as you pointed out, the issue of state capture, another highlight where he stood firm and created enemies, because people interpreted that time in different ways and in different forms. And the fact that there's delay in the law enforcement agencies to really prove him wrong on state capture or prove him right on state capture doesn't help the situation either, because I think the nation wants to know the reality in relation to the state capture, and the reality you can only get it in the court of law where evidence can be presented. And I think until this matter is really before the courts, people will continue to interpret state capture in different ways.
Absolutely. It's a battle of the narrative, sometimes in the public domain where, let's face it, the burden of proof the standard, at least, of proof is very different. The NPA also facing a lot of pressure to finally make headway and catch the big fish, is the word that's being used. Those who are responsible for really orchestrating and seeing through state capture. We've heard in the public also, many people, I think it was a fellow broadcaster, who mentioned that Pravin Gordhan really gave a bloodied nose to those who are trying to push through the agenda of state capture when he sounded the alarm at a very early stage of brown envelopes being passed through, even before we had a grasp of what might be taking place behind closed doors. And I imagine all of that is going to be ventilated throughout the course of the morning today as we take stock of Pravin Gordhan's life. And because this is a special official Category 2 funeral, Sophie, we also know that there's a very set way in which the program is likely to unfold.
Yes, yes, you'll have a program that will allow his party to speak and talk about their member, their leader. You'll have a category where friends will also share their experiences in terms of him as a personal friend. You will have colleagues, those who worked with him in cabinet, doing the same. And then you will also have the family, the most important institution, the family, because they have been supporting him in many, many facets of his life, when as a father, but also coming back from work, having achieved a high performance as he did with SARS during difficult times, the recall, and even during difficult times, as you are aware that people continue to criticize how he handled the SAA matter and other institutions. So the family was always there. And of course, the head of state, the president, his leader, but someone who knew Pravin very well. When you look at what he did, particularly before 1994, there was no way Ramaphosa in the labor movement didn't interact with Pravin in the political work of Pravin as Natal Congress leader or also as a member of the UDF. And therefore, we will hear from the president when he is wrapping up the life and time of Pravin Gordhan. And also maybe he will share his views when he took a decision to say removing Pravin is not the right thing. Maybe this time around he will be able to give us more information. But you'll have people who are also critical, who are sitting at home, who are not part of this, who are also unpacking the life and time of the former minister, Pravin Gordhan.
Absolutely. It's just gone just about 10:30 this Thursday morning. If you've just joined us, these are live visuals coming from inside the Nkosi Albert Lutuli ICC and currently being beamed onto the screens there are literally images that I imagine characterize some of the most pivotal moments of Pravin Gordhan's life. We know that his activism began at a very young age when he started out at grassroots levels, forming organizations that really gave a lot of support to the ANC and the SACP. And then, of course, we remember times of moments when he was part of the United Democratic Front, really charting the way alongside several other iconic freedom fighters to deliver what we really do enjoy now as a democratic South Africa, albeit its many issues. And so as we take in some of these visuals with the rest of the mourners who are inside the ICC itself, let's also bring in Levi Ndo, who is a political analyst who, without a doubt, has also been watching everything that's taking place in and around Durban for much of the week gone by. And Levi, we've heard one ANC official after another bat for Pravin Gordhan as he faces what sometimes feels like an avalanche of criticism, especially if social media is anything to go by.
Ayanda, good morning to you. Good morning to the viewers at home. Indeed, you will get mixed feelings. Pravin Gordhan, in his daily life, he touched many people. He made a huge difference amongst his comrades and amongst ordinary citizens. And obviously, at the same time, whilst others will be very happy with what he's doing, there are those who would feel that he has actually prevented them from getting access to certain resources, and those are the people that will not be very, very happy with Pravin Gordhan, and they would not even want to wait for any other moment. They will continue to start criticizing him. But what, in my view, becomes very important about the late Pravin Gordhan is that ever since he became a public representative, he has never been given a responsibility that one would see as a simple one. He has always been given responsibilities where you have to be working throughout the day. You have to ensure that you make a huge difference. He went to SARS and he made a huge impact, and the results are there for everyone to see. The turnout at SARS and how SARS is actually operating, it's on the basis of the presence of Pravin Gordhan. When all of us were very much worried about our own finances during the difficult times of the economic meltdown, we had Pravin Gordhan leading the finances of the state and ensuring that indeed we able to pull our hands together and ensure that during those difficult times we still be able to move forward as a nation. He had to go and deal with local government, and all of us would agree that even today there are serious concerns on matters relating to local government, and it also required someone will be able to get there, ensure that there is a new sense of energy, and ensuring that indeed municipalities have to deliver as expected by government and ordinary citizens. Who would forget what has been going on in the SOEs? And that is the man that was also sent to go and ensure that the collapsing SOEs still have to stand on their feet and deliver on their mandate. And I think those are the important areas that when we talk of Pravin Gordhan, we'll always be able to remember them and say he was always available to be sent where things are not fine, and he would always do his best in ensuring that indeed something better has to come out.
Yeah, you know, what I've learned over the years is that being part of or watching a funeral like what's taking place in Durban sometimes presents an opportunity to reflect on our own lives. And I imagine what's likely to unfold today is the ANC reflecting on where they are, given just how instrumental Pravin Gordhan was in the life of that party.
Indeed, my view is that most of those who would be given an opportunity to speak would also talk to, and I agree with Sophie here, that they will have to talk about the boldness that Pravin Gordhan portrayed during the era of the so-called state capture, when things were not being done properly and when the state was on the brink of collapse. Pravin and other of his comrades stood up and say, this has to stop, because he wanted things to be done quite differently. And in my view, another area that need also to be reflected on with Pravin Gordhan has been his ability to embrace non-racialism and be flexible enough to ensure that the diversity that we have in South Africa, it's embraced and South Africans are able to live together as one nation. He has actually fought whilst he was still at a very early stage, and he also continued to fight even whilst he was given responsibilities in the public sector. And for me, indeed, the ANC that has to talk about renewal, in my view, has to put an emphasis on the character of Pravin Gordhan and also expect those that are coming into the ANC and those who have left to be able to emulate his life and actually behave and conduct themselves in a manner that Pravin Gordhan did.
Yeah. Another thing that Sophie has mentioned, our international desk editor, is that there's going to be a lot hinging on seeing through some of the investigations related to state capture, you know, because part of the reason why there's still such a charged debate, why there's still contestation in the public domain, is that we are yet to see prosecutions, and that really gives credence to Pravin Gordhan's detractors, who are suggesting that, you know, he was just throwing allegations hoping that they would stick.
It is unfortunate that we had the State Capture Commission, which made a very thorough work, in my view, which also ended up presenting its report. You look at the kind of resources that were used, the information that is there, and the unfortunate part indeed, which I heard former Justice Zondo appear to be quite frustrated by the slow pace in which the law enforcement agencies are moving, and at the same time, ordinary citizens saying, what else are you waiting for? Because you have all the information at your disposal. And my view is that Pravin Gordhan and many other South Africans would have loved to see the prosecutions and the law enforcement agencies in South Africa moving forward in response to what we got from the state capture report. Unfortunately, that is not what we are seeing, and they appear to be moving at a very, very slow pace. Indeed, there are many reasons that they would present. They will talk about the capacity, they'll talk about information gathering, and many, many other reasons. But the fact remains that there was a state capture report. There are people who have been implicated, and indeed, would also all of us want to see how then are they going to move forward and ensure that those who are found to have done wrong are actually put to their rightful place.
Absolutely. Dr. Levi Ndo, I'm going to ask you to just be on standby for us as I get our viewers up to date with what we're seeing, what we know so far, and what we anticipate is going to unfold. So we're showing you several vantage points of the situation as it unfolds in and around the Nkosi Albert Luthuli ICC. On the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we're expecting to see the president arrive. Cyril Ramaphosa, of course, is going to deliver the eulogy today, and in some ways, he's got the mammoth task of really distilling a week's worth of tributes as he strikes a balance between acknowledging the many ways in which perhaps the ANC has fallen short of meeting Pravin Gordhan's expectations, and also speaking about the many ways in which Pravin Gordhan himself has contributed to the party. On the right-hand side is the situation inside the ICC. We're interspersing between visuals of the mourners there and some of the visuals of Pravin Gordhan's life as we take you through the timeline of his activism, which began at a very early stage. And with me inside our Auckland Park studios is our Sophie Mokoena. I've made reference to her multiple times in my conversation with Dr. Levi Ndo. She's also, of course, helping us contextualize both what we're seeing and what we're not seeing, and perhaps what it all means. And perhaps it's a good time to also bring you back into the discussion, Sophie, as we wait for the president to arrive and for the program itself to officially start. We heard yesterday that you know, the retired Chief Justice, Raymond Zondo, was at the family home in Reservoir Hills. And in many ways, we don't know if he's going to say anything today, but it would make sense if he does.
Yes, indeed, it will make sense if he does. But for some people, they are going to say that he was the chair of the State Capture Commission, and therefore they will continue to criticize him, as we know that even in relation to the former Chief Justice, there are people who are critical. You can see him there. And I think if he is going to speak, he is going to really focus on thought leadership in terms of honesty and integrity, because he was privileged to chair this commission, and he interacted with different people who went there before the state capture, even some saying that they were not given enough time to air their views, some saying they were not invited to come and present their side of a story. And that is why I'm talking about, until such time, the legal processes or the justice processes is done. People will continue to use this opportunity to kind of push back, while others will continue to say, but this was a reality. And I think another person who can give insight in terms of this matter is the president, because you'd remember he was given the reports of the state capture.
Right.
And I will go back to him breaking the ranks. What did he observe at that moment?
Absolutely. And we'll continue, of course, asking those very pivotal questions. But we're going to toss you back to our satellite studios just close to the Durban ICC, or the Nkosi Albert Luthuli ICC. That's where we find Aubongile Zwane and Zwandile Mbecha, our politics editor, who, of course, have been speaking to many people who've interacted very closely with Pravin Gordhan over the years.
Thank you very much, Ayanda. And once again, of course, as the reflections continue here at the Nkosi Albert Luthuli Convention Center, we spoke earlier on with Mzwandile about the tumultuous time that also the political career of the late former, minister would have taken, and the turn at some point where, things seemed to really be very difficult for him. And of course, difficulties even as minister at some point as well. And someone who knows this particular time quite well is a former colleague of his, and that is Ivan Pillay. And this is someone that, at some point, he would then be, accused of fraud together with, and certainly a time that many of them continue to describe as a very difficult time in their careers, as they say they were trying to, serve the nation of South Africa. But he joins us now to talk about his reflections of somebody that, was not only a colleague, but also a friend, also somebody that would have offered guidance for him in his career at, some point in time. So, Mr. Pillay, thank you so much for your time this morning. We certainly do appreciate it. And you are here and to bid farewell to someone that you've worked very closely with, someone that you knew. Let's talk about this moment for you, because one can see just how difficult it is as well for you.
Well, Mr. Gordhan was larger than life. He's made a great contribution over the years from the 70s. And he's been involved in all facets of our liberation struggle. In the mass movement, in the underground. And we must remember that for long periods in the mass movement, you actually had to operate as if you were operating clandestine, especially during the states of emergence. The minister came through all of those periods. And when we began to transition to a negotiated settlement, again, his talents were recognized, and he was at the forefront of the negotiation phase. So he's come through a lot. I've known him from the 70s. I've known him through the underground years. During those underground years, we actually arranged for Pravin and two of his comrades, Yusuf Vauda and Vish Shuparsad, to come clandestinely into Swaziland to meet with ANC leadership. It was organized, and we took them back into South Africa without a problem, showing the capability that Pravin's unit had. And there were times where our cadres were hosted by Pravin's unit. It's a unit we call Providence. In fact, a senior member of the ANC, Ibrahim, was inside the country and about to be arrested. And he was handed over by Moshoeshoe to Mr. Gordhan. He was then hidden in the country for many months until we could get him outside safely. So it became the logical thing that when we were thinking of Operation Vula, that we would draw this unit, which we call Providence, to be one of the important resources that we would leverage as we tried to locate a leadership inside the country of senior ANC people from outside and senior tested people from inside the country. He's played all of these roles, plus of course we know as a minister, and he has stood up. We know the part where he has stood up, and probably for about 10 years, he took everything flung at him, and he came out strong.
And before we even get to that part, you know, as we see then, you know, the procession making its way into this very venue where we are right now. These are live visuals. We are not very far from them, and we'll continue then to carry these visuals for you. But we're still in conversation with Mr. Ivan Pillay. Now, before we get to his time in government, to speak about, you know, the time when he's in the liberation struggle, the fight for freedom, but he then gets at some point to serve in the steering committee during the CODESA, you know, negotiations. Let's talk about how difficult was that time, because a lot of people who reflect on this moment talk about the challenges of having to negotiate at the time, but also making sure that you really do chart South Africa on a path towards freedom.
Yeah, it was a crucial time. It is a time where everything could have gone wrong, and the country could be engulfed in mayhem and destruction. We should pay tribute to the leaders of that time, all from Nelson Mandela and others to Pravin Gordhan and many, many others. The great thing about that, from across the divide, is that you had leaders who were prepared to think about the country. And everybody understood that we would have to make compromises so that we could avoid a catastrophe and so that we could move forward. That's a great thing. It's sad that when you look past that period, we think less and less about the country. We think less and less about the people. We think about my group, my province, my party. And we think about just myself. Whether it is on big things, it can even be on small things, even when you are driving in traffic. We think less and less about the whole. So this was remarkable. And a person like Pravin came through the ranks. His mettle has been tested. He's understood everything. He's understood the balance of forces. And he was a very capable person. And that capability was recognized. He became one of the chairs of the working group. And later on, he became a key player in designing the Constitution. So we must pay homage to many people, and today we pay homage to Pravin for that role that he played.
Now, when it comes then to the moment that you describe as, you know, the years that he withstood everything that was thrown at him, you were among those that was with him during that time. And you are facing these very serious charges which later get withdrawn. Let's talk about that moment and how all of you were navigating it personally, because we were watching it as the media unfolding and the country are watching it unfolding it before our eyes. But for all of you personally, what was it like and what did it mean?
All right, firstly, let me say it wasn't a moment. It was 10 years.
Yeah.
And it is 10 years of onslaught that we suffered from our own government, our own people. We're not talking about the apartheid state. But I do want to go at least 2-3 years before that, because the signs were there at least 2-3 years before 2014 that things were not going well, that the tender system was already being undermined, that the state was not getting value for money. And I dare say even now, we rarely get value for money. Money is not well spent. So during those earlier periods, we tried to address the procurement system. And you will see references in Pravin Gordhan's speeches at Parliament to how we're going to try to fix the procurement system. This is very, very early on. And I think that showed to the people who were capturing the state, look, here was a problem. The second was that SARS was a formidable institution. Whether friend or foe, whether ANC or not ANC, we made sure that everybody complies. And what we've got to understand is that in that process, where you're not favoring anybody, you make a lot of enemies. And if you don't have the real support of the politicians, where you have a permissive culture that allows these people, even when they've been expelled from SARS, or taxpayers who've been taken to court, they all start complaining all around the sides, and they start to meet with each other. Now, it's par for the course. Nobody likes a tax service anywhere in the world. It's par for the course. What happened here was when politicians side with those people, you then get the disaster that we got. And it was a very difficult period. It was a lonely period. Lots of people didn't want to know us. And media was too ready to believe everything that was there. Media was played. Many parts of the state, police, the prosecution, intelligence, all of this was thrown at us. And we've come through it. I'm not sure that we've actually learned the lessons. I'm still looking for the renewal that we talk about. And for me, it's a very vague and ambiguous term. There's actually no meaning to it. I can't feel it. I can't grasp it. It's not palpable to me. And we can't measure it. So I'm still waiting to see the renewal. Thank you.
And Mr. Pillay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We thank you so much for talking to us. That's Mr. Ivan Pillay there. And as you can see on your visuals, this, remember, is a special official funeral category 2. To honor the late former minister. And perhaps, Mzwandile, as I bring you back into this conversation, let's talk about that very aspect now of this special official funeral category 2.
Oh yes, indeed, as the President has declared it, as such, it's a special official funeral that is afforded, or rather granted to, I think, distinguished individuals identified by the President, and given what people have been saying about Pravin Gordhan, so I think the President felt it is befitting for him to then grant this kind of official funeral. I know that in the process of these official funerals, there is sometimes confusion. People confuse it with a state funeral. In fact, I normally say, when I try to simplify it to an ordinary man and woman in the street, so when you refer to the state funeral, basically the full state funeral, it's only a few people that qualify for it. That is full state funeral, that is with category 1 military honors. That would be the president, former president, president-elect, and then you have a state funeral category 2 that will be afforded to the deputy and the former deputy president. So, but here, then you have individuals who are no longer in government, someone like Pravin Gordhan, so, but who's been identified as an extraordinary individual. So then he is granted a special official funeral. So there's quite a number of categories. So the state refers mainly to the presidency, and then the official funeral would refer to either ministers or even the dignitaries of high caliber. And then, of course, there would be individuals who are not necessarily in government, but who would have done exceptionally well, and then those people would be identified and granted those kinds of funerals.
And it speaks about the presence of the SAPS here as well.
Yes, yes, because it's the special official funeral category 2 that would then entail the ceremonial honors that involve the police. But if, let's say, it was category 1, it would have involved the military.
And his flag now, as you know, we heard earlier on, even throughout the week, that while it was in the coffin was in Johannesburg and also making its way here to the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the coffin would have been draped in an ANC flag. And that is a party, of course, that is also going to be represented in the program here, his political home. But also now, a different, flag drapes this particular coffin. It is now the South African flag.
Yes, that is to honor what the president has decided, and because he declared it a special official funeral, so which means then there are elements that the government is now taking over. His political home, which is what he dedicated himself to, because he wanted to fight for this country, and then he chose a vehicle in the form of the ANC, and that's why they've been with him through and through. If you look at the memorial services that have been held, they've been organized by the ANC, whether in KwaZulu-Natal or in Gauteng. So it's not the end of them. That is the political home. So they would honor him with those, with that flag to show that he is one of our own. But because he is seen as someone who has served and granted this kind of honor, so then he gets those kinds of, that's why the flag then will change.
And we are still coming to you live here from the Inkosi Albert Luthuli Convention Center in Durban. And this is where the late former Minister Pravin Gordhan is going to then be remembered by a number of people who are in attendance here. Still in conversation with our politics editor, Mzwandile Mbeje. And, you know, you think about this life of Pravin Gordhan Mzwandile, as a lot of people are reflecting on his contribution to the liberation struggle, but also you think about this province of KwaZulu-Natal, which is where a lot of organizing would have happened as well. A lot of his work also would have started earlier on. You think about the Natal Indian Congress, for example. You think about the many other, formations that would also be fighting for the liberation struggle of South Africa at the time. And he saw this as an opportunity to contribute to where the country would find itself now.
In fact, I was as going through some of the notes, I was just thinking about that and saying, I mean, I may perhaps assume how he felt, that in the recent elections, this province, where he comes from, was one of the, from the ANC's point of view, one of the worst performing province in terms of the election. And when you look at why that even happened, it happened to people who were his comrades. I mean, it's common cause that former President Zuma is the one that brought him to government in terms of appointing him as the finance minister. And even Zuma himself, when he was addressing the funeral service of the fallen MK party members, made it clear to say it doesn't matter that along the way so we didn't agree with some of these comrades, but these were the comrades that we worked with. In fact, as I traveled to Swaziland, So I needed resources, I needed money. I went to him at his pharmacy. He is the one who gave me the money. And then fast forward to today, or to the May elections, the comrades that you were with in the trenches, the purpose was to fight for this country as a united force. Somehow you are able to then find yourself being dislodged from power by the people who you were comrades with. So it tells you of a political journey that is marked with so many upheavals along the way. So it would be very interesting to perhaps have a chat with him to say, this is where we are. But I guess as we saw how it happened around the state capture and related matters, and how comrades went apart, how comrades wouldn't speak to others, how others went to new political homes, does tell you, well, others say it's also the maturing of this democracy which they all fought for.
And you get a glimpse of the program there. Mzwandile, we can, of course, see that the program directors are going to be Ms. Toko Didiza as well as Ms. Maggie Govender, and seeing there that there will be a tribute, as we heard earlier on, by the Secretary General of the ANC, Fikile Mbalula, and also, former minister, and also somebody who honestly would have spent a lot of time with him also, would be speaking there. Ibrahim Patel is also going to be, paying tribute there as a former cabinet colleague. But there's also, of course, another interesting layer to this conversation. Zingiswalos is going to be speaking on behalf of COSATU. And these are members of the Tripartite Alliance, this alliance that his political party would have been a part of. And the reflections of this, COSATU, this trade union federation over time, very critical of the ANC, very critical of where the ANC finds itself right now, very critical even of, those who have been accused of state capture.
Oh, yes. Minister Pravin basically said the way he was paying attention to detail and how he wanted things done, so he would even have approved of what is going to be happening. Despite the differences, they've always remained the alliance partners. So it doesn't mean that you disagree vehemently on certain aspects of how the country should be run or how issues should be dealt with. You are still the part of the family. And I think that is the recognition from his part to say, yes, sometimes we wouldn't agree, but the fact of the matter is that these are my comrades and these are the people who should reflect. I mean, you spoke to Dr. Zigalala, Snoki Zigalala yourself, who basically said when the Takato deal was happening, we were not happy, and then we called him. We wanted to understand what exactly was happening. So that tells you about how sometimes comrades would relate. It's not a matter of just agreeing all the time.
All right, let's now take a listen in as his coffin there is going to be moved from the hearse, making its way into the auditorium here at the Nkosi Albert Lutuli Convention Center.
Can you please monitor live view to the president is here?
Expect is going to be interfaith prayers. We are expecting a Hindu prayer, Jewish prayer, Muslim prayer, a Christian prayer as well, and a number of dignitaries as well. In fact, the president has arrived now to receive you know, the remains of the late former minister. And we will allow the procession then just to listen in as to what else is taking place just outside the Inkosi Albert Luthuli Convention Center as they're making their way in. President Cyril Ramaphosa there has arrived, and Mzwai, he would have been among the last visitors when he was in hospital to talk about a number of things, but also speak about, you know, South Africa, speak about the road ahead and all of that. And these were, of course, you know, important conversations that the president would have had with someone that he has described.
Where do we go?
No, it's fine. Yeah, I need to. When they come in, the president will join the team.
No, that's
yeah, I'm saying okay. All right, yeah, but please so much.
Selling shoes.
I want to the car.
I know, I was.
Gentlemen.
Far from, you know, all of this are his family members, you know, the late former minister, that is, and they, you know, his daughters are also expected to pay tribute to their father, and that is Anisha as well as Pravin Gordhan. And these are stories that, you know, will even give us a sense of who he was as a father, because when even a lot was being said on social media, in just the past few days alone, you then hear from, you know, Priyesha that remember that at the end of all of this, there's a family that is in mourning, that is receiving what is happening.
You know, one of the elements of what you are just saying about him is, just outside of being a politician as well, he's also a father. And I remember, was it back in 2016 when we had serious financial difficulties. As a minister, one of the things he wanted to demonstrate to South Africans that he was committed to these cost-cutting measures was him flying economy just to encourage his colleagues. In fact, it's very interesting now when you travel, mostly locally, that most of the ministers actually travel economy class. So I wonder how that filtered down to the colleagues, because at the time, obviously, he wanted to project this image. And I think all credit, by the way, to, I know that we always hush on our ministers, particularly when it comes to this cause, but I have seen most of them, most of the time, travel by economy, so which then does tell you there's a recognition that somehow we have to cut costs. So I remember he was one of the first. Yes, other people were doing it, but doing it publicly and in the position in which you are, so does then show that other side, which perhaps the family will tell us more about.
And President Cyril Ramaphosa there leading the procession. Let's listen in as we then are waiting for the official program to get underway. The funeral of now, and he passed on the 13th of September in hospital after a battle with cancer, born on the 12th of April 1949. And
who passed away at the age of 75 last week. It later emerged that he was battling cancer. We've spotted there the president who's now arrived at that venue. We'll continue taking in the sights and sounds for you as we build up to the official start of the program.
Please remain standing for the national anthem, which will be rendered by the SABC band. Thank you very much. You may be seated. The Gordhan family, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, former Chief Justice, and Chief Justice, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, the Acting Premier of KwaZulu-Natal Province and other premiers of other provinces who may be here, the members of the Executive Council, members of the Diplomatic Corps, executive mayors, and in particular, the Mayor of HHU West, leaders of the political parties present, and more importantly, the leadership of the movement that Comrade Pravin was a part of until the end, led by the Secretary General and all the leadership that is here. The traditional leaders of our country, religious leaders, leaders in the business sector, honored veterans of our struggle, ladies and gentlemen, and all our people at home. We're gathered here to pay our respects and say farewell to the one we love, a husband, a father, an uncle, a sister, rather a brother, and also somebody with whom we've lived from an early age. Some of his friends were here who were with him as he grew up in the student movement, as an activist, and when he assumed the responsibility of office as deployed by his movement. But also many other South Africans who interacted with him in various ways as he did his service to our community. We are therefore here to celebrate a life well lived. I want to acknowledge the role that has been played by a number of organizations, particularly those who organize the memorial service in Gauteng, in KwaZulu-Natal, as well as many South Africans who send their tributes to the family, and we like to honor them and thank them. But interestingly, the generation that came after Comrade Pravin, who did a study work as part of the preparation for that service, for this service we're having today. So to the children and the younger generation, we say thank you. We acknowledge the work that we have done. So here is to say bye-bye, but also tell a story and a life of who PG, as he was commonly known, was and has been among us. In starting the service, I'll recognize the interfaith members who will give us a Hindu prayer, a Jewish prayer, and a Muslim prayer, and a Christian prayer. If they may come on stage to render the prayers.
Dear friends, we have gathered here under very sad circumstances. And I must say, all protocol observed, and I also acknowledge His Excellency, President of our country, Vanifa, Anisha, and Creation. We have gathered here today because we pay tribute and we pray for a comrade who has served with distinction, whose impact on our society has been profound and whose example will continue to inspire future generations. Your work is not just measured by the policies you have championed or the positions that you have held, but by the hearts that you have touched and the minds that you have influenced and the spirit of service that you ignited in us all. We thank you for your unwavering dedication, for being a steadfast example of what it means to be a true public servant. Your contributions will forever be remembered, and your legacy will continue to guide us towards a future built on the foundations of loyalty, honesty, and integrity. I would like you to please bow your heads, and in our interfaith prayer, let us pray for the wonderful soul of a wonderful person that walked this earth. Remove all forms of negativity and sorrows from us. And may you let us all develop these qualities, like our dear comrade, that are ennobling. Om Agni Naya Supataraye Asman Vishwani Deva Vayunani Vidvan Yuyod Yasmat Jorana Meno Bhuistante Nama Uktim Videma. We acknowledge you, Almighty God, that you will lead us on the noble path of your devotion and grace. Almighty God, you know all our deeds, and you remove from us all our vices and sins. And we offer our homage and salutations to you. Om Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotir Gamaya Mrityoma Amritam Gamaya. O Supreme Spirit, may you lead us from untruth to truth. May you lead us from darkness to light. And may you lead this wonderful soul to immortality. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Mahakaschit Dukkama Nuyam. O Almighty God, in you may all be happy, may all be free from misery, and may all realize goodness, and may no one, and especially this family, suffer pain. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Let there be peace, peace, peace. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Bani, Anisha, Praisha, you're in our hearts. I read from Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18 to 20. Pasha Shotin. Sedek, Sedek, Tirtov. Justice, justice, you shall pursue. Moses commands the people, and you must administer it without corruption or favoritism. But why justice, justice? The Torah is very economical and precise. Why repeat the word tzedek? This is because then, as now, justice is so challenging to achieve. It requires doubling one's efforts, tripling one's efforts. It does not come easily. Tzedek is a core pillar of Judaism. And this reaches out and embraces PG at his very essence. But Judaism also does not fail to acknowledge the cost, the sacrifice. El Malai Rachamim, creator of all, let there be perfect rest for the souls of the righteous, whose hands and hearts were open, whose sacrifice was limitless. They risked all they had to hide and rescue our brothers and sisters. As they gave shelter and care to others, shelter them in your presence, for they are holy and pure, and their light shines like the radiance of heaven. Yesh kochavim she'oram magia arza, rak ka'asher hem artzmam avdu ve'enam. There are stars above, so far away that we only see their light after the star itself is gone. Orot ela hamaka hikim b'cheskat halayel. Chaim chaim shemarim la'adam et haderech. The stars that light up the darkest night. These are the stars, these are the lights that guide us. Amen.
Namaste, Sanibonane, Dumelang, Shalom, Assalamu alaikum. Gordhan family, His Excellency, the President, all protocols observed. O most gracious one, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, we are thankful for this opportunity to be here with the Gordhan family, with friends and comrades, to bid farewell to our beloved struggle hero, Comrade Pravin. We are reminded in the Quran that every person is sacred and dignified, and that a righteous person is a person who stands up against oppression, against corruption, against the oppressors. A righteous person is one who takes care of the poor, the orphan, who works towards establishing a just social, economic, and political order. Our Lord, we know that Pravin's struggle was a righteous one, was a just one, as he mentored us and struggled for all South Africans. Sir Muhammad Iqbal once said that we must develop ourselves to such a lofty extent that God will ask of you, what is your wish and desire that I will fulfill? Comrade Pravin, most gracious one, directed his destiny selflessly to serve the people. We read in the Bhagavad Gita that a gift is pure when it is given from the heart to the right person at the right time and at the right place, and when we expect nothing in return. O most gracious one, we cannot thank you enough for the most precious gift you have given us, for the most selfless, righteous person you have given us. And we must honor his legacy and continue the struggle against corruption and work towards ensuring economic justice. Hamagashe, comrade. Walhamdulillahi ala kulli hal. All praise belongs to God in every condition.
Well, allow me to rise on the protocol that has already been established, with special greetings to the President, His Excellency, and the family. I read from the book of Psalms, chapter 46, a few verses from there, and we will also read in the New Testament. From verse 1, it says, God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear. Though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam and the mountains quake with their surging, there is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy place where the Most High dwells. God is within her, she will not fall. God will help her at the break of the day. Nations are in uproar, kingdoms fall. He lifts his voice and the earth melts. He says, be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations, and I will be exalted on the earth. Our scripture reading from the New Testament is taken from the epistle to the Corinthians, 2 Corinthians chapter 1 and verses 2 to 5. Grace and peace to you from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. Praise be to the God and the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of compassion and the God of all comfort, who comforts us in all our troubles, so that we can comfort those in any trouble with the comfort we ourselves receive from God. For just as we share abundantly in the sufferings of Christ, so also our comfort abounds through Christ Jesus. May I invite us to pray. Father God, we thank you today. You are the Father of all mercies. You care for all your people with an everlasting love. You are the God of all comfort, who consoles all those who are suffering in death of a loved one. You are the God of all peace, who has promised to pour your perfect peace in the hearts of all your children who are going through the pain and the suffering of the loss of a precious loved one. Father, we also pray that you would become their strength, and in this loss, you will become their hope in this bereavement, their joy in this time of sorrow, their perfect peace in the turmoil that their hearts must be facing today. But we also thank you that the sting of death has been broken forever. The curse of the grave has been destroyed through the death and the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. We thank you that he has broken forever the power of death and hell for all those who trust in his name. We pray that you will speak into the hearts of all your children today that are mourning at this time. Let them not mourn as those who have no hope. And Lord, we pray that those who do not yet know you as their Savior, who died for them, we pray that they will come to know you, accept you as their Savior, and find their perfect peace and perfect rest in you. This we ask in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much to our religious leaders. I'll ask them to take their seats. I will now ask Maggie Govender to read the obituary. But because it's a bit longer, I will ask you to be seated. That doesn't mean we are not respectful. We are. But we consider that some of you are of a mature age. You may not be able to stand it, but some of you may be having some ankles that are cracking. So we're not able to do so either. So I will ask you to all be seated while Maggie reads the obituary.
Thank you. Obituary of Mr. Pravin Jamnadas Gordhan. Biographical background: Mr. Pravin Jamnadas Gordhan, widely known as Comrade PG, was born in Durban on the 12th of April 1949 to Jamnadas Bai and Rambaben. In Sanskrit, the name Pravin means knowledgeable, skillful, and proficient. His family owned a clothing business where he worked part-time over weekends. He attended local schools and matriculated from the Sastry College in 1967 before proceeding to study pharmacy at the then University of Durban-Westville, which is now a campus of the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He graduated with a Bachelor of Pharmacy degree in 1973 and worked as a pharmacist at the King Edward VIII Hospital. His interest in politics was triggered by a few progressive thinking teachers at the Sastry College. However, he became actively political at the UDW, a university exclusively for South Africans of Indian origin and administered by the apartheid regime's hand-picked Broederbond management. The administration's refusal to allow students to have an independent Students' Representative Council reached boiling point towards the end of 1971 and culminated in a boycott of classes in 1972. Comrade PG played a prominent role in organizing the protest. The flooding of Tin Town, an informal settlement on the banks of the Mgeni River in 1976, provided the opportunity to venture into community organizing. Comrades PG, Yunus Mohammed, Nodi Jinabai, and other student activists provided relief and health services to the affected community. They also conveyed the community's demands for adequate housing to the all-white Durban City Council. Within a year, many of the families began to move into council-owned homes in Phoenix. The community also demanded schools, shops, and basic amenities such as affordable and convenient transport. Comrade PG fearlessly led many protests opposing rental increases and discriminatory rates in many areas and provided training to activists involved in civic organizations in Soweto and some parts of Cape Town. Comrades PG, Billy Nair, and Vish Supasad were central to the formation of the Center for Community and Labor Studies, the CCLS, which focused on addressing social justice, labor rights, and community empowerment through research, education, and advocacy. In 1974, he was elected to the Executive Committee of the Natal Indian Congress, which was founded by Mahatma Gandhi in 1894 and worked closely with the African National Congress. In 1971, the NIC was revived after being dormant following the arrest and banning of many of its leaders. In the late 1970s, Comrade PG worked underground in the banned organizations and public structures until the notorious security police detained him without trial for 160 days in 1981. He was at the forefront of the NIC's political campaigns, including mobilizing the Indian community to reject the elections for the dummy South African Indian Council in 1981 and later the tricameral parliament in 1983, which resulted in a low percentage turnout at the polls. The NIC facilitated the establishment of the Release Mandela Committee that culminated in the launch of the United Democratic Front in 1983 and which opened a new front of resistance, internal resistance to the apartheid government. Following the declaration of a state of emergency by the Nationalist Party in 1986, Comrade PG went underground for 4 years, organizing for the African National Congress and the South African Communist Party. As part of his underground work in the ANC, Comrade PG and other activists, including Yusuf Vauda and Vish Supasad, were involved in mass mobilization work. Their clandestine activities included communicating with the ANC in Lusaka, Zambia, recruiting cadres, establishing clandestine infrastructure of safe houses, and facilitating safe travel for cadres. They hosted and supported ANC cadres who returned to South Africa, This included Mr. Ibrahim, who was in the country in 1985 and almost arrested. Comrade PG concealed him deep underground for months until a safe passage was organized to get him to the then Swaziland, now Eswatini and Lusaka. Between 1987 and 1988, he worked with other activists in Operation Vula, which was established to smuggle senior ANC leaders into the country and to consolidate and strengthen the ANC, SACP, and Umkhonto we Sizwe. He was arrested together with other operatives and released only after preliminary negotiations began in 1990. After the release of Nelson Mandela and other political leaders from prison and the unbanning of liberation movements in 1990, Comrade Pravin participated in the Convention for a Democratic South Africa multi-party talks in 1991. Between 1991 and 1994, he played a prominent role in managing the process of drafting the interim constitution of 1993. After the 1994 elections, he served as an ANC Member of Parliament until 1998 and as a member of its Constitutional Portfolio Committee. He also played a strategic role in the drafting of the White Paper on Local Government, which laid the foundation for developing local government authorities. He was appointed Deputy Commissioner of SARS in March 1998 and later served as Commissioner for 14 years. He created a tax and customs administration that was respected as a world-class institution, serving as a benchmark for civil service excellence and professionalism. He also maximized financial resources to enhance South Africa's post-apartheid development. Comrade PG inspired his staff to join his mission through the invocation of a higher purpose for public service, elevating SARS to one of the finest tax revenue collection agencies in the world. His numerous awards and accolades included top honors in the inaugural Public Service Excellence Awards in 2009 and the Grand Prix Platinum Award for Best Reputation of all government departments and state-owned entities. SARS also received 4 gold awards for overall effectiveness, service orientation in rural areas, and best reputation in the financial services category. Moreover, it regularly exceeded budgeted revenue, resulting in reduced deficits and even a surplus, drastically reducing the debt to gross domestic product to its lowest level since 1994. Comrade PG represented South Africa in many international engagements, fostering a culture of negotiation and compromise in the conflicts in Northern Ireland and Sri Lanka. Until July 2006, he was chairperson of the World Customs Organization for an unprecedented 5th term. In 2008, he was appointed as the chair of the Forum on Tax Administration within the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. In 2009, he was appointed to cabinet as Minister of Finance and immediately responded to the 2008 global financial crisis by initiating the process to establish the Twin Peaks system to better regulate the financial sector and to ensure it serves customers better. He also supported the process to reform the retirement industry. In response to the first signs of corruption, he established the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer to reduce the abuse of the tender system. He also initiated measures to ensure an end to wasteful expenditure. Towards the end of his first term, he took steps against the then secretive nuclear deal and various suspicious transactions. After the 2014 elections, he was appointed as Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and he introduced the Back to Basics campaign to strengthen local government. Comrade PG was reappointed as Finance Minister in December 2015 and immediately helped to stabilize local and international finance markets that was caused by a great market and currency turbulence. He intervened to counter and fight state capture and the takeover of SARS and its weakening, and exposed the role of the Gupta family in the looting of the state-owned entities. He clearly warded off attempts by the Guptas to force him to intervene in their dispute with the major banks and took their company, Oak Bay Investments, to court, exposing and making public 72 suspicious transactions involving the Gupta family. He could not be corrupted. He was a beacon of hope for others and was outspoken about the perils of corruption in government. Both the Nugent and Zondo commissions confirmed the extent of systematic corruption and state capture, connecting many of the dots that PG wanted investigated. In February 2018, President Cyril Ramaphosa appointed him as Minister of Public Enterprises until the end of June 2024. From his student activism days to senior positions in government, Comrade PG's life has run a full circle. In every place he worked, be it a small local community organization or a cabinet portfolio, he applied the same standards of rigor and discipline that were his hallmark. He never hesitated to expose and fight corruption, oppression, injustice, and corruption wherever he found it. He always put people first, and as a senior leader, he provided mentorship and guidance and inspired a generation of younger activists. His efforts to contribute to a better society were recognized by the many honorary doctorates conferred on him by academic institutions. He was also the recipient of international awards and honors such as the Pravasi Bharatya Samman and the Padma Bhushan from the Government of India in 2010 and 2019, respectively. Comrade PG was a dedicated husband and father. He is survived by his wife Vanitha, daughters Anisha and Priyesha, brother Maneklal, and sister Shanta. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Maggie. I will now ask the Acting Premier and the MEC of Agriculture in the province of KwaZulu-Natal to formally welcome us in the province and in this kingdom of KwaZulu-Natal. Matlo, I'm tired.
Program Directors, Your Excellency President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Ministers and Members of Parliament, Honorable Premiers and Members of Executive Council, Your Worship, Chief Justice Mandisa Maya and fellow justices, Executive Mayor of eThekwini, our host, Your Worship, Councillor Cyril Xaba, members of the Diplomatic Mission, Leadership of Business, the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, members of the bereaved Gordhan family, fellow mourners. We join you on this solemn occasion alongside the millions here in South Africa, in the rest of the world, to express our deepest collective sorrow that a hero of the people of South Africa has departed. We all share the pain that many South Africans are feeling at this time when one of our most illustrious sons has been taken away from us. In this regard, on behalf of the government and people of KwaZulu-Natal, may I take the opportunity to express our sincerest condolences to the entire Gordhan family, friends and comrades as we bid our fond farewells to our dear departed brother. To Gordhan family, your dear Pravin may be gone in flesh, but he lives forever in the annals of our history as a shining example of what defines good citizenship. We are even proud and honored as the people of KwaZulu-Natal that he came from the shores of our beautiful province and was nurtured by our stormy season to become the leader that he became. Ladies and gentlemen, alongside our grief, allow me also to bear witness to a well-deserved celebration of life that, according to many measures, was well-lived. Faced with the choice of beckoning and rewarding career as a medical practitioner, he instead responded to the clarion call of the unbeaten path of the struggle against apartheid. In his quest of sacrifice, he had to forego the comforts and security of home, career, and to dedicate his life fully to the service of the people. Mr. Gordhan will certainly be remembered for the many years of value he spent in the service of the people of South Africa, and many roles as Member of Parliament, Commissioner of South African Reserve Services, Minister of Finance as a Minister of Public Enterprises. Under Mr. Gordhan's leadership, SARS became a world-class institution, focusing on global best practices. Recently, Mr. Gordhan distinguished himself in the fight against corruption. Mr. Pravin Gordhan joined many other illustrious heroes who contributed to so much to our fight for freedom and equality. As Mr. Pravin Gordhan rests in eternity, let us use this as an opportunity for a restart, for renewing our commitment to the founding values of our democracy, and to doing everything to create a better, more equitable and sustainable KwaZulu-Natal for all, based on the Constitution. May the soul of Mr. Pravin Gordhan rest in peace. And with those short remarks, I welcome everyone here. I thank you.
My mother was a kitchen girl, my father was a garden boy, that's why I'm a communist, I'm a communist, I'm a communist. My mother was a kitchen girl, my father was a garden boy, that's why I'm a communist, I'm a communist, I'm a communist, that's why I'm a communist, that's why I'm a communist, that's why I'm a communist, I'm a communist, I'm a communist. My mother was a kitchen girl, my father was a garden boy, that's why I'm a communist, I'm a communist, I'm a communist. My mother was a garden boy, my father was a garden boy, that's why I'm a communist, I'm a communist, I'm a communist. Thank you very much. I thought the comrade at the back who started the song needed my help, because we're gathered here, as I said, to celebrate who PG was. I'm sorry, Mr. President, it is a state funeral. But we are celebrating Pravin. And Pravin was all of this. Was a member of the executive, was a very serious commissioner, stayed with very serious people, but he was also an activist, and cut his teeth in this province. And I've seen a number of comrades here who led in his generation, even when it was not fashionable before. And I thought, wow, those days of economical center at Diaconia, abo bhekicela abo mposkot abo leshisa, as sometimes uGogolo Thuli will say, well, leshisa, and many others, obabu Gumede, obabu Bilinai. How can I count? Abo Sibundebele, abo Zwelimkhize, abo Vusi Khanyile, when they brought the NECC here in KZN to discuss the matters of education. I won't finish the story. It should be finished another time. But when Maggie read the obituary, I thought, wow,
the first person who will pay tribute is befitting. Our veteran, Comrade Meg Maharaj, can you please come and tell us about the Pravin you knew? Batabanyege Umakaraj.
Mr. President, all dignitaries present, comrades and friends, I'd like to begin with two simple messages. The President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, thank you for unhesitatingly according to Pravin Gordhan an official state funeral. You read history correctly and appreciate the relevance of the model that PG is, even in present-day South Africa, and that is incorruptible and driven by the goal of a South African nation at peace with itself. To Vanida, Pravin's comrade-in-arms, Anisha, Priyesha, and the extended Gordhan family, take solace from the outpouring of tributes from within South Africa and the international community. Take comfort from the knowledge that Pravin became larger than life because you stood by him, you suffered with him, and you gave him strength. You made it possible for him to right himself in what happened in our country and what happens as South Africa journeys into the future. This is an occasion to recognize some hard truths. Without the exposures by the media and the fight back mounted by Pravin and his formidable team at Treasury, his deputy Nkabisi Jonas, Lungisa Fuzila, and Ismail Momoniat, and the SARS team, Ivan Pillay, Piet Richer, and Van Lochenberg. Without them, our beloved country could have become a banana republic governed by an autocratic regime adorned with the fig leaf of a hollowed-out democracy. The corrupt hurled everything at PG. Neither the actions of the captured public protector, SARS, SAPS, the NPA, and the power of the presidency to concoct fake intelligence to rubbish a person's identity. Neither that nor the abuse showered on him shook him. Pravin remained steadfast. But he found himself in a lonely place in the fight back against state capture within the ANC and the Alliance. A few, like Derek Hanekom, stood up. Some who shared this concern stayed silent. Others found rein to defend the indefensible. Such an unenviable place is not unknown in humanity's march to freedom. It inspired the Chilean poet Pablo Neruda to write, and I quote, "For my part and yours, we comply, we share our hopes and winters, and we have been wounded not only by mortal enemies, but by mortal friends, and that seemed all the more bitter." But that did not deter Pravin, for he was a man of steel, forged in the furnace of struggle against a lawless system whose world was defined by the color of one's skin. The public had a glimpse of his fearlessness on TV during an incident in Parliament. PG was on the podium a group of those who believed that their red tin hats made them powerful rushed the platform. As the parliamentary security sought to intercept them, PG stared them down and urged the security, "Let them touch me." He knew that if the tin hats did that, not only would they have totally discredited themselves, but that there was a fair chance that in a democratic South Africa, they may well have found themselves in orange uniforms for violating the sanctity of our parliament. Putting his life was not a theoretical or abstract notion for PG. Early in 1989, while the SB hunted him, he received a message from a trusted comrade, Dr. Zubi Hamid, who I'm glad is present here today. And she said that a member of the SB wanted to meet Pravin. Was this a trap? Or was the cop wanting to share some information with us? We decided that PG should keep the appointment. The hunted would try to become the hunters. PG unhesitatingly agreed, but he had one request. Could we provide him with a Makarov pistol? He was determined that if it was a trap, he would not go down without a fight. We denied him that request. We told him that an armed team would be unobtrusively positioned around the venue of the meeting, which was the home of Dr. Zubi and Professor Jerry Kovadia. And we told him that they would be positioned to frustrate any attempt that the SB would make to arrest him. I share this incident today because that was Pravin, a human being fearful of a trap, but fearless in putting his life on the line. I say this with the full knowledge that PG was a human being vested with weaknesses and frailties like all of us. But let there be a debate about his actions. But let us ensure that such a debate is based on facts and evidence. We need that if our democracy is to flourish. Vigorous debate was the lifeblood of the ANC during the liberation struggle. It is also the essence of democracy. By 1970, it seemed that repression had silenced the people, that it was too hazardous to attempt to mobilize the masses. The late Mewa Ramgobin initiated the revival of the Natal Indian Congress, which had been immobilized but remained unbanned. The strikes in Durban Pinetown in 1973, the Soweto uprising of '76 widened that space. Soon after the mid-'70s, funerals became the rallying point to mobilize people. The slogan of the day captured the moment: don't mourn, mobilize. PG refined that idea to cultivate grassroots mobilization with the concept organize, conscientize, mobilize. I recall this concept because we are still grappling with bringing to book those involved in state capture and with the challenge of rooting out corruption in both public and private sectors. In order to succeed in removing this huge obstacle to creating a better life for all, imbued with the spirit that we are one people building one nation, we need, therefore, as Pravin would have it, that the ANC puts its house in order and renders itself fit for purpose. That state institutions are capacitated, that the media continue to shine their searchlight, and that civil society flourishes and continues to enforce accountability and participatory democracy. So, organize, conscientize, mobilize, make democracy deliver. Hambagasle, Comrade Pravin, Hambagasle, Kawalamat Kawa.
Thank you very much to Comrade Meg Maharaj, our veteran, and I would like now to call another veteran of our struggle, Mayor Ella Gandhi.
Thank you, Program Director. The family of Pravin Gordhan, all of them, I won't name them because there are quite a few here. His Excellency the President, all protocols observed. It is indeed a sad day for me to have to bid farewell to a friend, a mentor, and a comrade. Although I am just under 10 years older than him, age is just a number. I valued his advice and guidance from as early as in the 1970s, when soon after my banning orders, in the 80s, sorry, when soon after my banning orders were lifted, I was invited to be a guest speaker at a National Women's Day event in 1983. I was so nervous after being silenced for 9.5 years to have to address a meeting. It was Pravin who encouraged me and helped me with my speech. He would not write a speech, I believe, for anyone, nor did he for me, but helped me to develop the ideas and the focus. That was his style of mentorship. Another important aspect of Pravin's life was when, during the struggle days, he was recruiting key activists. I remember a meeting he called up with about 20 of us. I think Vani was present at this meeting as well, and I'm sure that she will recall this meeting where he bluntly asked all of us whether we were prepared to give 100% of our energies to the struggle. Complete dedication is what he sought and what he gave to the struggle. And Vani was one of them that we should also recognize today as we pay tribute to Pravin. This dedication to the struggle meant that whatever field of work one is in, one can transform the workplace towards a progressive stance instead of treating the job just as an opportunity for material gains. I was told by a friend that when he was working at King Edward Hospital, he was among the batch that joined Nihau. He worked later more in the background with social workers, encouraging us to resist being trapped in the conservative stance, helping individuals without locating them in the wider societal context. He emphasized the need for social workers to focus on community issues as well as focusing on individual work. In this spirit, he sent a message to the NIC 130 celebrations on the 9th of September, just a few weeks ago. Perhaps this was his last message, and he said, and I quote, "Importantly, to highlight the values and spirit that was embedded in the Congress movement and how they should be reinvigorated in the years ahead. This is also an opportunity to reflect on the last 60 to 70 years after the signing of the Dadunguma-Naicker Pact. This pact laid the political basis for, firstly, unity in action amongst all oppressed communities, the Defiance Campaign and the Anti-Group Areas Act campaign, and many boycotts. The Congress of the People and the formulation of the Freedom Charter, our lodestar. He set a set of values, a progressive political culture, and lastly, and the understanding that activists and leaders were serving a greater cause, freedom and democracy, not serving one's self-interest. Today, we reflect on the gap that has developed between those values, integrity and dedication to the national interest on the one hand, and the self-interest, greed and corruption we find on the other. It is time for a reset. This was the message given by Pravin Gordhan at that meeting. He went on to warn, further, we must draw a clear line between public funds and resources and private resources. Public funds must be spent to improve the standard of living of the poor, their upward economic mobility, and to build an inclusive economy. Yet what we have is a plethora of extractors, particularly at a local level, tenderpreneurs, extortionists, and mafias. This is what Pravin said at that meeting. These were possibly his last words of wisdom and guidance to us all, to not only contemplate on, but to also begin to apply wherever and in whatever field we are working, thinking at the broad societal level and not at self-interest. Visions of race, class, and gender, and focusing on need and commitment, walking away from a simple critic mentality to a more let's work together to achieve clean, effective, efficient governance mentality. This is the transformation required from all sections of society today to build a true democratic state of which we can all be proud and which was the dream of our beloved Pravin Gordhan. He hasn't left us, his spirit is with us, and we can show our appreciation by following that path. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Ila. As has been said, Pravin was involved in various
Director, His Excellency President Gordhan, Ramaphosa, the leadership of government, the leadership of the Alliance, comrades and friends, Today, we pay tribute to a proud son of the nation, a stalwart of the liberation struggle. Whilst we mourn with the Gordhan family, we celebrate a life in a service of the people. Life is a journey of choices. Comrade PG, from his days as a student activist, was clear that his life will be dedicated not only to his community in Durban, but to the entire nation. Every waking moment was at the disposal of the liberation movement. Our people will continue to be the beneficiaries of his relentless commitments. Comrade PG serve in the democratic parliament where ideas, not slogans, were debated, and solutions in favor of the working class were set in law. PG's most enduring legacy is the world-class SARS he helped to build. In this SARS, that has been the cornerstone of the entire transformation agenda that sees 60% of the state budget invested in the working class communities. 27 million of our people are receiving social relief, free basic education with meals, NSFAS funding thousands of tertiary students, more than 4 million RDP houses being built, subsidized public transport, the rolling out of water and electricity to millions. This is Comrade PG's legacy. Comrade PG was not dogmatic. When the world was hit by the 2008 global economic crisis, he helped lead a bold stimulus package to stabilize the economy, saving millions of jobs. None imagined the decade of corruption. When some were entrusted to lead, they chose to betray the nation. But Comrade PG stood up and defied the forces of state capture. In his final chapter, he once again accepted the call to serve, helping lead ESCOM, SAA, Transnet, and other state-owned entities from the precipice of implosion. Today, the economy is freed from the most difficult chapter of load shedding. SAA is once more flying. Comrade PG was not perfect. None of us are. But no sober person can doubt the integrity, the courage, and the commitment that guided Comrade PG. He did not seek popularity. He sought to defend the Constitution and serve the people. When some said that the state's developmental role must be abandoned, Comrade PG defended it. When workers feared for their jobs in our SOEs, Comrade PG was available to find solutions. With Comrade PG, indeed you knew where you stood. He spoke his heart. He pushed all of us to do more and do better, just as he pushed himself. And we want to say to the Gordhan family, thank you for sharing your son, your husband, your father, and your uncle with the liberation movement and the nation. We are indeed grateful, that we have walked this journey with such a distinguished veteran as Comrade PG. The nation is and will forever be indebted in his service. Hamba kahle mkhonto, hamba kahle qhawe lamaqhawe, siyabonga.
Thanks, Comrade Losi. Pravin was a man of many parts, as we said, and part has been spoken of was his involvement in the South African Communist Party, because he held very strong beliefs. He was part of the interim leadership group that was established to set up formal structures of the South African Communist Party when it was unbanned. And he played a key role in underground cells of the Communist Party as well, and was a very, very strong member thereof. So I now want to call upon the South African Communist Party to pay tribute to Comrade Pravin. It's Comrade Blade Nzimande who is taking the podium.
Program directors, thank you very much. Let me start by greeting the Gordhan family, greet the President of the African National Congress and the Republic, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, and all the leaders of the Alliance who are here, as well as all those who have come to mourn with us. On behalf of the SACP, I would like to express our most sincere condolences to the family, the wife Vanitha, and the daughters Anisha and Priyesha, and all the relatives. And as the SACP, perhaps the task, the challenge we have is what lessons should we be learning from Comrade PG's life for today and beyond. Comrade PG had something that we need in abundance at this point in time, in drums. PG was a strategic thinker, yet very tactically astute. Always strived to understand the moment and focus on what is to be done. Indeed, to us, a good communist must be like that. He was a sleek underground operator of both the SACP and SACP underground structures. And Comrade PG belongs to what I can call a special generation that actually rebuilt the mass movement when the apartheid regime had thought that it had defeated our struggle with the Rivonia arrests. Comrade PG was part of that generation in the 70s, going into the 80s, that revived the mass democratic movement. He was located in this province in the main, though he had a national influence, at a very difficult time, the time of the counter-revolutionary violence waged by the apartheid regime against our people. We had lots of discussions and debates that Comrade PG participated in. For example, what is the role of self-defense vis-a-vis trying to open peace talks in order to end the violence here? And this violence, we debated and came to conclude that this indeed was not black-on-black violence, but it was the violence of the apartheid regime to try and defeat the democratic forces and the national liberation movement. Comrade PG was at the center of this. And this is a story that we still need to tell in honor of people like Comrade PG. Something that was mentioned in the obituary that we are not telling much about it is the role of Comrade PG as a negotiator. He was a very skilled negotiator, and I must tell this. I happen to be amongst those, like Comrade Mac, of course led by the president now, part of CODESA. Comrade PG, I would wonder where he got all these skills from. He would push a meeting, particularly when we had difficult issues, until 2, 3 a.m., chairing it without falling asleep or anything. And then at 3 a.m. he would then say, okay, now here are the issues that we have agreed upon. And of course they would pass, because partly some of the people who were participating in that were struggling to keep awake. And when he is asked, where are you reading that paragraph from at 9 or 10 in the morning, he said, you were there when we agreed at 3 a.m. this morning. That was Comrade PG, very astute, also played a crucial role in the Constitutional Assembly. He had a gift of a very sharp and analytical mind and attention to detail, which made him to succeed to build a world-class institution like SARS. I must say, as the SACP, we honor Pravin, as others have said, on his role in fighting against state capture. We are proud as the communists, Babu Makaraj. We stood firm in the battle against state capture and as the Communist Party, but went further, that as communists we made some mistakes by thinking that some leaders would actually lead our country. And came out openly and said, we made a mistake, those who are capturing our country must go. And indeed that happened. So Comrade Pravin was very brave, because we know when he was given the portfolio of public enterprises, I didn't tell the president this. I said, wow, what a poison chalice that the president is giving Comrade Pravin. Because he was saying, you fought against state capture, go and clean these state-owned enterprises. And given what he did well. I don't care what the detractors are saying, because these detractors are mostly those who benefited from state capture. He took a bankrupt SAA and a Transnet in deep trouble, a Denel whose intellectual property was stolen by the Guptas, absolutely nothing. At least we still have state-owned enterprises today. To us as the SACP, that is very important, and we'll always honor Comrade Pravin. Let me conclude by saying, in memory of Comrade PG, we have the challenge now to understand the tasks that we are facing as a movement, as a revolution, as a country right now. We must also confront honestly the mistakes and weaknesses we have as a movement. All of us, not just the ANC, COSATU and the South African Communist Party. Collectively, we have to do that collectively. We also have to be intolerant of renegade behavior within our own ranks, and deal decisively as part also of the renewal project, Comrade President. If we don't do that, we are on a slippery slope. In honor of poor Comrade PG, we must do this. We now have a government of national unity. But this does not mean that we must therefore surrender to our detractors because we have a government of national unity. Instead, we should say, what is the way forward given the situation we are in, which was not ideal for anyone in the movement, but we are in it. As communists, we say, understand that as a challenge, that was the only way we could move forward, but make sure that we organize and mobilize to push and take our gains forward. Let us stop mourning. Of course, the last elections, as our own president and SG of the ANC have said, was a setback. But let's stop mourning. For how long are we going to be crying? Let's unite ourselves. Let's unite the alliance. Let's unite our people. Let's build a non-racial movement to take our struggles forward. In honor of Comrade Pravin, we have said as the SACP and COSATU, we're going to be convening a gathering of progressive forces to constitute the friend of the national health insurance, so that we drive it through mass struggles on the ground. And this is one of the lessons that we should learn from someone like Comrade Pravin. Sithamba kahle Comrade Pravin, we will honor you. To the family, those who are discrediting Pravin, don't preoccupy yourselves with them. Some of us, we are there to deal with them and to expose them for who they are. Amandla.
Thank you, Comrade Blade. Spoken like someone who worked side by side with Comrade Pravin in the difficult times. Our next speaker is part of the organization that Pravin, in his last few days proclaimed was his organization until he passes on. I will call the Secretary General of the African National Congress, the organization that Pravin remains strong with until his departure.
Amandla, long live the undying spirit of Comrade Pravin Gordhan, long live. Amandla, all power. Thank you very much, program directors, the bereaved family, the wife of Comrade Pravin Gordhan, and the daughters and the extended family, the Chief Mourner, our President of the Republic, all protocol observed. Fellow mourners, your pain is our pain. Your loss is our loss. This morning we are gathered here to bid farewell to a shepherd who stayed close to his flock even at the point of personal harm. A consequential son and ambassador for good governance. This morning, a shepherd of our collective hopes, dreams, and aspirations is no more. As mourners, we are here to bow our heads and dip our banners in deep moment of reflection. How would our lives be without you, Comrade PG? Death, the mighty hunter, has struck down in the witching hours of life. He lived an immense life of courage devoted to the advancement of his fellow citizens in this country. PG was remarkable for his perseverance and firmness of purpose. Even in the face of adversity, he led a resolute charge against corruption and state capture. Some among us today may differ with your opinions and find fault with your judgment, but not with your integrity. For when you took your position after a mature deliberation, you kept it. Today, those who are unceasing, trying very hard to find fault with your good fight against corruption are ironically the same beneficiaries of the state capture. And for us who are living, we should say forward ever, backward never. Indeed, the beneficiaries of graft, greed, and state capture will never give up without a fight. The death of such a brave and charismatic servant leaves us a huge task as to how to honor such a precious soul. How can the dead truly be dead when their undying spirit lives in the hearts of those of us who are left behind? PG leaves us just at the time when his contribution was needed and is felt. We of the ANC share your grief at this passing, and we extend our deepest condolences to you all. We have come to remember and honor a revolutionary who gave his youthful life to the liberation. He planted his feet in our society as strongly as that great baobab tree. Comrade PG, in bidding farewell to you, we have come to tell you how deeply heartbroken your death has left us. Your untimely death has wrapped us in a heavy mantle of sorrow and anguish. Your death leaves us an indelible imprint on our lives. With you, there died a part of each and every one of us. We are bereaved of a valuable and much valued citizen whose absence will be difficult to fill with equal attributes. Comrade PG has departed from us forever, but his name and reputation, deeds of merit, thoughts and outstanding qualities will go down in history and remain immortal in the hearts of the people for generations to come. Let those who are still alive and are good men and women never agree for history to perish and PG's name to drown and to be drowned by people with evil intentions. Your personal and professional biography, as described by your friends and colleagues, paints the portrait of an exceptional human being. It is the story of a deeply devoted family man, a beloved son, a dear husband, a cherished father and grandfather, a treasured brother, and a dutiful uncle and relative to many. That PG was a humble man who loved simplicity is well known. That he was a good and great man is acknowledged fact. That he cherished truth and fairness is not in doubt. That same commitment to the service of others was the defining mark of his life. In remembering you, Comrade PG, we will recall the very many little things that you did that define you as a philanthropist and a humanitarian. The biography we will write in our hearts and engrave on our minds will tell the story of a man of courage. It will speak to us of a courageous and indomitable fighter and humanitarian. It will paint a picture of a person of loyalty to his cause, his principles, his peers, and all his people. It will inform all that cares to listen that PG was human because he could laugh and cry. Today we are poorer without you. Today and right now, as we close the chapter of grief, we will surely open a new page of conviction that indeed your life was not in vain. You were a genuine compatriot to all of us. Beautiful, elegant, dignified, strong, and indeed you spoke authority with the gentleness of the breeze. Your departure marks the closure of yet another page in the history of our pursuit for National Democratic Society. It marks a life seized and selfless service ended. Fellow mourners, you can shed tears, PG is gone, or you can smile because he has lived. You can close your eyes and pray that he'll come back, or you can open your eyes and see all the legacy he left. Your heart can be empty because you can't see him, or you can be happy for tomorrow because of his yesterdays. You can remember him and only that is gone, or you can cherish his memory and let it live on. You can cry and close your mind, be empty and turn your back, or you can do what you will want. Smile, open your eyes, love, and forge ahead. He was a generous, loving, supportive, and unselfish man who always put other people before him. In him, our people found a reason to hope, the courage to dream, and a man to emulate. As a family man, he was devoted, loving, and beloved. As a revolutionary, he was loyal and true. As a citizen, he was patriotic and selfless. As a relative, he was pleasant and always ready to lend help to those who needed his patriotic help. Through his decorum and grace, he endeared himself to many. Thank you for your strength and for your courage. Thank you for inculcating in us that tenacity and resoluteness are not just mere attributes to take for granted. Thank you for showing us that it is possible to overcome the darkest of days by shining your light on ourselves and unto others. As we look back over time, we found ourselves wondering, did we remember to thank you enough and celebrate you whilst you live? For all you have done for our country, for all the times you were by the side of the people, with the people, to help and support them. If we have forgotten to show our gratitude enough to all the things you did, we are thanking you now. And we are hoping you knew all along how much you meant to us. Guided and energized by the lessons you taught us, we will meet the challenges ahead and we will prevail. We will write your deeds in our hearts, and we shall tell them to the young, to those yet to be born, that once in our lives we were gifted with the life of a luminary, a great example of decency, a man whose life was built on conscience and decorum. To his mourning family, we pray for the protection and benevolence of our Almighty God, who knows all things and sees all things. To his friends and relatives, we ask for condolence from the source of all things and all beings. May the Almighty grant him eternal peace and give his family the fortitude to bear the loss of their beloved. That was PG, we all know, inspirational, generous with his time, and always willing to guide and mentor those who sought his wise counsel. Let us emulate this venerable character and fight for a fair and inclusive society where we honor and respect the living and the dead. His durable principles and inexhaustible reservoir of compassion, forgiveness, patience, and sense of justice allowed him to shun the murky waters of greed and self-enrichment. What was most endearing was that Comrade PG will disagree without being disagreeable. We have lost more than a hero of the liberation, more than a revolutionary. We have lost a man who epitomizes the core ideals that make us the nation we are today. His dedication to and the love for the ANC, even when his health was deteriorating, was remarkable. An appropriate way to honor him is through purposeful actions to improve the challenges we face as a nation. Let us emulate his exemplary character and fight tooth and nail to banish from our society the counter-revolutionary practices afflicting our movement. Comrade Minister, you lived your life at the service of humanity with commendable distinction. Your place is in the pantheon of giants. Go well, Comrade PG, cadre of cadres. Go well, my beloved brother. May your beautiful soul rest in eternal peace. May the flame of your memory burn in your hearts forever. Amandla.
Siyaya epitoli, oh 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 siyaya epitoli. Oh, siyaya epitoli. Oh, siyaya epitoli. Oh, siyaya epitoli. Oh, siya epitoli. Oh, siyaya siyoyijofa. Oh, siyaya epitoli. Oh, siyaya epitoli. Oh, siyaya siyoyinyova. Oh, siyaya siyoyinyova. Amandla, that was a throwback. When we were saying we are going to Pitoli, and we arrived, and we started to govern and change things. We will come back, comrade, with that revolutionary song. But thank you very much to the members of the Alliance, the SG of our movement. I'll now hand over back to Maggie. I just thought we can't just leave this session without some revolutionary song.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Spot on as usual. Our next speaker, you know, in the worst time, when Pravin was facing the greatest attacks, he would have been feeling very much alone. And we are grateful that Comrade Vani and the family were with him. But there were also people who stood by him, no matter what happened, and whom he could rely on. And we want to call upon Comrade SABC Jonas, Pravin's friend and comrade, to address us.
Program directors, Mr. President, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, the Gordhan family, Mamvani, Anisha, Priyesha, and the rest of the family, government officials, and the leadership of government in general, the judiciary, and diplomatic corps, fellow mourners. Let me begin by thanking Comrade Vani for allowing me to pay a final tribute to Comrade PG. I must say that this is a very difficult thing to do. There are cascades of memories I could talk about, some comical, some challenging, some painful, some just precious moments that we had with PG that bonded us together. But of course, there's no time. At the end of July this year, the family and comrades and friends of PG gathered somewhere in Joburg to pay tribute to PG as a farewell for his exit in government. On that occasion, I fortuitously remarked that it's very rare to have heroes celebrated whilst they are alive. And I must say that some of the speakers already here, but Comrade Mack in particular, gave a sterling account of PG's history. In that occasion, Comrade Mack also dealt with some of the areas that many people consider controversial in PG's history. I must say that we celebrate PG, we laud his excellence and achievements, but we're also proud of him, not afraid, not intimidated by those who are keen to point out to his failure. After all, he was a human being. One of the things that really bothered me, the day PG came to our office to tell us that he has just been diagnosed with cancer. Those around me were all crying, and I was trying to hold back the tears, but PG was so forthright in telling me and us all what should happen in the little time he had, but also asking us what should be the program. Initially, I thought he was talking about a program to take care of him, but I realized that he was actually talking about a political program. And I'm sure you would agree there are very few people who would do that at that moment. A few weeks after that, but he was very clear, of course, that the prognosis is bad, that he only had 3 months at the time to live. Of course, he lived less than that 3 months. In a couple of weeks already, he was already in ICU. We went into the ICU to talk to PG consistently as we did. One of the things that also, again, marked PG's bravery, when we walked into his ICU ward with Comrade Trevor, Ranjani, and others, PG said to us, "The end is nigh. There is no turning back." And I actually wonder, in my life, that was probably the first experience to have heard that. A day after that, he went into sleep and never came out of it. But as I walk out of this situation, one thing was heightened in my mind. That was the fragility of life. How things can change and change very quickly. But it's not just the fragility of life that was embedded, but it's also the fragility of the systems and institutions upon which our existence is based. Social, political, and economic. Errors can end with the stopping of one person's heart. Single events can trigger collapse of nations and political systems. Simple mishaps and mistakes could actually end the careers of politicians. And events can also end political systems, and political parties will be out in power just by making one mistake. That's the fragility of the time in which we are. But because we are celebrating PG, there's another element of the fragility, which is the fragility of institutions. We take for granted in South Africa that we have a strong judiciary. We take for granted sometimes that we have a strong revenue service and all the institutions that one can think of. But we also know that all these institutions could disappear in a wink if we don't take the right decisions, both as citizens, as leadership in this country. As I walk out of the situation after hearing PG is no more, you know, when you are in a deep sorrow, funny thoughts come to mind. And one of the things that struck me as I was reflecting of those who were standing outside the ward and those who were folk calling us, I actually realized that PG has very odd network. Many of these people who were in the network of PG are very odd. Some of them badly dressed. I was actually even thinking that whether Momo has a comb. I also thought that Adrian probably goes to bed with his backpack and computer on his back. And they're funny, really strange creatures. After receiving PG's body at his home, we were all in tears, holding back tears. But these creatures were still debating about the future of the country outside. On the one hand, trying to wipe the tears. On the other hand, busy debating what's going to happen to the country, what is going to happen to this and that and that. That's the nature of the network that PG built. But of course, South Africa had a very interesting array of finance ministers also. If you think about it. And I would not go far and say Comrade Trevor is here. There's Comrade Nene also. And I was saying to Comrade Trevor earlier on that sometimes I look at him when he pushes an argument very strongly, and I think that he needs a punch in the face. But we are lucky because consistently the presidents have, except for a few mistakes, Weekend Special, and a couple of others. But generally, we have been lucky in South Africa to have very strong leadership in the Treasury. That is why I think, Mr. President, you are continuing in that tradition of ensuring that the Treasury is strong and powerful. PG was a brave heart and had no time for cowards. We must also not gloss over the fact that PG was provocative at times. He was also combative, and he was occasionally unorthodox. And those who would engage in the debate on macroeconomics with PG would understand that sometimes PG had views that actually back against orthodox thinking. And yet he was willing to accept the views of others. It is also well known that PG was tormented by many false accusations designed to impair his dignity and distort his legacy. Comrade Mack was right. He was sometimes physically threatened and subjected to vile racist attack. He and the members of his families became central targets of the campaign which was so vicious, the Bell Pottinger campaign. And sometimes we need to go back to that campaign and understand what it sought to do and what remains of its impact. And I can tell you now, it sought to do a couple of things. The first was tarnish everybody who is capable of turning this country around. Sell false stories about them, damage their integrity and reputation. The second thing that it sought to do was weaken Treasury. Make it as weak as possible so that it cannot play its constitutional role. But the third part was also to destroy institutions. The amount of vitriolic attack on SARS, on the judiciary, and many other institutions in the Belpottinger process was actually meant to destroy institutions themselves and ultimately, and reduce public confidence in our institutions. The third one was to destroy the relationship between the private sector and government, because that's fundamentally important. PG would always tell you that in a country like ours, where those who own political power don't have economic power, and those with economic power don't have political power, the bridge between the two is important. You cannot drive both growth and transformation if the bridge between the private sector and government and the state is weak. And PG, I remember, he pulled me into a meeting with Vazi Naidu, who was chairman of Nedbank, and a couple of other people in the room, including Kosef and a couple of others, to discuss how do we deal with inclusive growth in South Africa. That was the mission. But as we walk out of that room, we walked out with a commitment that business will come together and lead a process of supporting government in its effort to call on the international community to invest in South Africa. Comrade Lose, I must say that COSATU joined us in that effort. The day PG was fired, he was in that mission, and he was in that mission with the labor movement and business. I must also say, Comrade President, that that initiative PG started is still continuing in full force, and I would argue needs to be supported, as it were. While people draped themselves in party colors and sang freedom songs, mounting platitudes about renewal, PG was politically isolated but dogged in attending to party structures and mandate, seized with the actual work of rebuilding. In the last years of his life, he became what I will describe as the outcast in the inside, not only in principles and in actions, but he was amongst those few in the movement who still believed firmly in the non-racial tradition of the movement, in the face of what I call a growing narrow Africanist populism within our ranks. And I would argue that if there's anything and fight to take forward as the African National Congress, it is to realize that the version of the ANC's African nationalism was a broad African nationalism. It was based on broader principles of inclusivity. We must rebuild that tradition, and maybe in the memory of Comrade PG. As many of people pulled back, PG continued with the mandate. It's very interesting that one of the last tasks that PG took, when it was announced, I called him, "Are you on your senses?" And he said, yes, I'm prepared to do that. The mandate seemed like an impossible task. Trying to get monopolies in the state and in business to demonopolize themselves. It is almost like asking a lion to take off its teeth. Attempts to reform South Africa's state-owned companies, even before the advent of state capture, were a litany of mishaps and setbacks, so it was not new. Everybody before PG, even before state capture, tried and have been failing. Meanwhile, many of those who were previously chanting our names to call out state capture were now either silent or critical of how the capture networks was being undone in state companies. So anyone else, Comrade Pedro, you're right, anyone else would not have taken the poisoned chalice. and PG did. And he did it very consciously. PG, the theoretician, understood that you cannot leave the project of demonopolization to monopolies themselves. Therefore, we have to lead it ourselves. And he jumped into the ring to try and do that. The pragmatist in PG understood the nuances of real politics, and he navigated the path, the difficult path. But the revolutionary in him understood that as he did that, he must begin to build a wider horizon of thinking about how South African society should be shaped, about how our economy should be shaped. A reference has been made. I want to say that even on his deathbed, PG was still talking about how to bring back the progressive thought, progressive thinking into the mainstream thinking of our movement. The speech quoted in the 130th anniversary of the Natal Indian Congress, I would quote a different part, and I quote, PG says, "We need a national reset." And indeed he said. But he further said, "Let us open a new chapter on united, progressive, mass mobilization and campaigning which builds national unity, social cohesion, and a new optimism and determination to build a better South Africa." That's what PG said. And if you think about it, that is so fundamental as a vision to help provide greater legitimacy and stronger social base for the government of national unity. It could also help animate our national agenda. The danger, of course, is that if you talk reset and renewal on one side, and you talk old politics and old political concepts on the other, you are unlikely to achieve reset. The country is crying loud for new ideas, new principles, new things about how to deal with some of the problems that we have not been able to deal with. We need new thinking. And that new thinking would require that we place our youth central to reimagining the kind of South Africa we want. I end by saying, while PG was unconscious, Anisha and Priyesha were playing him recordings of the visuals held for him in Durban and Johannesburg. It struck me when they played our national anthem, and PG was motionless, but when they played the national anthem, PG moved. That tells you about his deep and abiding love for this country. It is great to sing the national anthem at sports events and on national days. I think it is only a true patriot that will respond to it as his life is flitting away, and PG did. To the family, you are what physically and emotionally is left of PG. And probably most of the people that are here, and particularly those bunch of misfits that surrounded PG, they will continue to cling around you. So you won't get tired of us. Vani, you won't get tired of us. We'll continue that trail into that house, those phone calls, just to ensure that we maintain the contact with PG. PG, you were an extraordinary human being. I'm deeply grateful I got to share part of life's journey with you. This occasion, by the way, it's meant to be the official goodbye. But it cannot be. It is not. There is no nation that can bid farewell to its own history. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mcebisi, for the tribute to PG. This morning, as some of you were flying into King Shaka Airport, were with some members of the Denel board who actually felt it would have been so nice for Comrade PG sitting in his house watching the aerospace show and seeing some of the Denel flights flying. Because this was part of the work that he did to try and rebuild Denel. And we're grateful that members of that board are here with us today. In cabinet, members of the cabinet who are here and those in the various provinces as MECs who have interacted with PG know very well how difficult it is to serve in that responsibility. And I was saying to Kulego yesterday and this morning, and I said it to John Steenhuisen at the other time, this part of the responsibility of the national executive, it's tough. Mkhuleko was saying, I miss my old job as a chair of SCOPA. We can only ask questions to ministers. But now, to have to do and carry that responsibility, it's not as easy. At times, even though it is the collective decision of cabinet, when society looks at it, it is you that carries that responsibility. And I actually marvel to all of you members of the executive and executive councils in the provinces and mayors and your councils. It's not an easy task. We used to call, where is Kumbutsu? He will say to uncle, because as much as a colleague, sometimes he would give counsel as an elder on the debate. And some of you would recall some of his interventions. Is this shifting the needle? And I said, I wonder whether Pravin did sewing. Why is he marveling at this needle story? Comrade Ipi, can you come and share with us some of those experiences of your former colleague and friend?
The Gordhan family, Vani, Anisha, Prayisha, and the other members of the family, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, Speaker, Cabinet members, members of the judiciary, national and provincial leaders, friends of Pravin Gordhan, fellow South Africans. The greatest gift we have is life. Available when in extraordinary times a people calls. The people called frequently, for the times we lived through were extraordinary. And Pravin Gordhan responded always. Over this past week, we heard touching tributes to Pravin from many South Africans to his 50 fighting years, to a life that was full and a personality that was large and generous. I had the great privilege of spending a precious 1.5 hours with him at his house 16 days ago, and I saw again in the midst of him fighting that cancer, that great spirit, that exceptional spirit, that unforgettable Pravin. And it showed in his role in cabinet. And over the 15 years, many colleagues of cabinet, many who are here and are watching elsewhere, saw the vintage Pravin. Shortly after his appointment as Minister of Finance in 2009, the impact of the crisis in US banks and the housing market plunged the world economy into a sharp and a deep global recession, and it dragged the South African economy with it.
In his own words, in his first medium-term budget policy statement that same year, he said, "The recession has left economic devastation and human tragedy in South Africa. 500,000 people have lost their jobs. Businesses have come under strain. Economic distress is not a statistical trajectory, but a very human, a very real, often painful series of shocks. Men and women have lost their jobs. Households cannot pay the rent or food bills. Companies face the threat of liquidation," unquote. In one of his finest moments of service, he stepped up to deal with that crisis and mitigate its impact on ordinary South Africans. He advocated a coordinated response in meetings with G20 finance ministers. He introduced counter-cyclical policies to support the economic recovery. He strengthened social support for those most vulnerable. He promoted employment stimulus programs as workers lost their jobs from companies that closed their doors. If he was here today in person, Pravin, always modest, would interrupt me and say, "EP, you know we did it as part of a team." And while that's true, it was his leadership, his drive, his energy in these processes that was a critical trigger. At the same time that the global economy was in crisis, the country also had to deal with HIV/AIDS and how to pay for increased demand for antiretrovirals. As Minister of Finance, Pravin was clear we needed to find the money for enhanced treatment, and he found it. And there are hundreds of thousands of people alive today as a result of having access to that treatment. To build the economy and promote industrialization, Pravin sat down and helped to craft regulations to use state procurement, to buy products made by the hands of workers and by firms in South Africa. We were early adopters of a set of policies that subsequently were implemented by many countries. It helped to stimulate businesses and create jobs for young people here. Though these policies face legal challenges subsequently, they have now been embedded in the new Procurement Act recently passed by Parliament and assented to by the President. Pravin understood the importance of saving jobs, and he was a key partner in the steel industry, in clothing and textiles, and many other sectors to keep jobs in South Africa, supporting retention of jobs in Newcastle as recently as 8 months ago. He engaged global investors to open or to expand their operations in South Africa. It's important that we tell the story. In discussions in Cabinet, in his advice to colleagues on policy initiatives, in his work in portfolios he managed over this 15 years, Pravin was consistent as an advocate of small business, of young entrepreneurs, of real black industrialists. He spoke at the President's Worker Share Ownership Conference on the 23rd of April this year, one of his last public events as a cabinet member before his end of service, offering support, insights, and advice on boosting a real and meaningful and wider empowerment in our economy. The fight against apartheid was a defining struggle of the 20th century that caught the imagination of the world's people. And to be part of that struggle was an honor for him and a necessary sacrifice. Today, this republic is founded on non-racialism, based on the idea that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, that the people shall govern, and they shall share in the country's wealth, that a fairer society is possible. No, more than that, it is necessary. When he fought state capture and corruption, it was not an abstract fight. It was to protect the money of the people, the social grants, the job creation, the industrial incentives, the education grants to young people. Because corruption takes bread away from people. It condemns a nation to low growth and young people to a skillless future. That fight is not over. And the truest tribute to him is if we grasp that fight and make it a central part of our work going ahead. He brought to his work a mind with strategic subtlety, a heart big with courage, and a personality impatient with poor service delivery. We saw too the part of Pravin that was warm, that was attentive, that was caring, was interested in people and their lives and their welfare, not slogans. He led us at the truck stops on the N1 when we dealt with the damage caused by the July 2021 unrest that cut off the supply lines of food to communities. He was hands-on and in this province when the April 2022 floods devastated rail lines and damaged the access roads to the port of Durban. And he found time to get a pizza place that was open at 1 a.m. after a lengthy day that stretched deep into the night. As a colleague, he was thorough with his briefs, well informed on issues, thoughtful and practical with his advice, always available. He took the time to support and assist staff and colleagues and friends with medical or personal challenges, drawing deep into that mind of the pharmacist. His passing is like the fall of a tree that has been an anchor to us. The great African-American poet Maya Angelou wrote, "When great trees fall, rocks on distant hills shudder. Lions hunker down in tall grasses, and even the elephants lumber after safety. When great trees fall in forests, small things recoil into silence, their senses eroded beyond fear. When great souls die, the air around us becomes light, rare, sterile. We breathe briefly. Our eyes briefly see with a hurtful clarity. Our memory, suddenly sharpened, examines, gnaws on kind words unsaid, promise walks never taken. Great souls die, and our reality, bound to them, take leave of us. Our souls, dependent upon their nurture, now shrink, wizened. Our minds, formed and informed by their radiance, fall away. And when great souls die, after a period, peace blooms, slowly and always irregularly. Spaces fill with a kind of soothing electric vibration. Our senses, never to be the same again, whisper to us, they existed. They existed. We can be and be better, for they existed." Unquote. Dear Vani, Anisha and Praisha, your loss is immense. You wanted your husband and your father to enjoy some years of uninterrupted time with family and for himself. Pravin pointed to the house, to the car in the driveway and said, "We bought this car so we could travel around this country." We too wish he and you had that opportunity. He loved you dearly. You were his rock, all three of you. And he was enormously proud of you. We may find solace and comfort that all our lives have and will continue to be enriched by his presence and his spirit. Pravin, my dear friend, my comrade, you have lived in stormy, in dangerous, and in demanding times. Or as someone said in another context, times that test men's souls. You have left the world and this country you loved so dearly, so very dearly, a better place than it was, than what it was when you were born in 1949, 1 year after the start of apartheid. Than what it was when you started your political activism in the early 1970s at the height of apartheid. You left your mark on our history. It is time to rest. We say farewell, but you continue to live in our hearts. Go well, dear Pravin, Hamba Kashle, son of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EP, for that tribute. I will now ask the former Chief Justice, Raymond Zondo, to pay his tribute.
Thank you very much, program directors. The Gordhan family, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the Gordhan family for giving me some time to say a few words on the occasion of us paying our last respects to this extraordinary South African, to this extraordinary man, to this extraordinary human being. Many of those who have spoken already have spoken from different perspectives about this man. I will speak largely about him in the context of the enormous support that he gave to the State Capture Commission that I had the honor to lead. I'll talk about his commitment in the fight against corruption and state capture, as revealed in the evidence that he gave in the commission. Mr. Pravin Gordhan was one of those whose voices were heard loud and clear after the public protector, Advocate Thuli Madonsela, had recommended the appointment of the commission, but there was a long delay in the appointment of the commission. And he was one of those who called for the appointment of the commission and put pressure on the then president of the country to appoint the commission. And when I had been appointed to lead the commission, and I made a call to all South Africans, in particular ministers, deputy ministers, DGs and deputy DGs, and all public servants who knew something about corruption that had been taking place and state capture, to come forward and share with the commission what they knew. Pravin Gordhan was the first sitting cabinet minister to come forward and testify before the commission and share with the commission what he knew. And indeed, the evidence that he shared with the commission was to help throw light on state capture and provide the commission with a certain perspective of state capture and what had been happening within the public service in regard to state capture. Pravin Gordhan is credited, and correctly so, with having, together with his team at SARS, built a world-class SARS for which we were respected. But when he had to leave SARS, he was one of the candidates for the position of Transnet CEO and was recommended to be appointed. But he was not appointed because he withdrew, because he was to be appointed as Minister of Finance. At that stage, we wouldn't have known that his appointment as Minister of Finance might well have been aimed to make sure that whoever was appointed as CEO of Transnet was going to be somebody who would embrace state capture and cooperate with those who pursued state capture. It was only the evidence that we were to hear later in the commission through Barbara Hogan and other witnesses that revealed that the position to which Pravin Gordhan had been recommended stayed unfilled for 2 years because the appointing authority wanted a particular person and was not prepared to appoint a very credible candidate who enjoyed the support of the board and the minister at the time. Of course, the first term of Pravin Gordhan's as Minister of Finance went reasonably well. However, when his successor, Mr. Nhlanhla Nene, went into office, it didn't take long before certain challenges arose, which showed that there was an attempt by those who were pursuing state capture to capture our national treasury. And of course, we will always remember the weekend of the 9th December 2015, because that weekend marked a turning point in the fight against state capture. And indeed, Pravin Gordhan was approached to agree to come back to the Ministry of Finance when enough pressure had been put on the appointing authority to ensure that the minister who had been appointed after Mr. Nhlanhla Nene did not continue as Minister of Finance. Pravin Gordhan obliged. The president gave evidence in the commission that he had to phone Pravin Gordhan ahead of him being approached to say, please, when you are approached to come back as Minister of Finance, do not decline. A lot of speakers have spoken quite correctly today about Pravin Gordhan's humility. And part of what revealed his humility in the commission was that when he was called by the head of state to talk about him going back to the Ministry of Finance, he actually said, but Mr. President, there are other people more qualified than me. And he mentioned those that he put forward. But the president at the time then said he wanted him, and he agreed. In that way, helped us all. Indeed, knowing exactly what was happening, Pravin Gordhan did not just accept the reappointment, but he told the president that he had 3 issues that were of concern to him that needed to be discussed and resolved. And all those 3 issues had to do with state capture. It was SAA and the chairperson of SAA at the time. It was SARS and the commissioner of SARS at the time. It was the nuclear deal. But those discussions were never held. Early in 2016, Pravin found that the Hawks had 27 questions that they wanted him to respond to, which they served on him a few days before he was to deliver the budget speech. And in due course, he answered all of those questions. But he testified before the commission that the entire year of 2016 was a year in which he was persecuted and harassed. And all of us who were following what was happening in the country know that that was so. But throughout that period, he persevered. He bore all this pain with dignity and grace. He did not resign because he understood at that time that if he resigned, he would facilitate the appointment of another minister that would not resist state capture. So for the whole year, he continued with a lot of public attack on him. And in October, he was served with criminal charges, which were withdrawn a few weeks later. But there is no doubt that throughout that time, his term of office, he was harassed. And he was harassed for doing nothing other than doing his job and doing it the way it should be done and observing his oath of office. All of this, he told the commission, and the commission found so, that it was done so as to push him out of the Ministry of Finance so that he could resign on his own. But he resisted. And we all will remember how unceremoniously he was called back on an investment roadshow overseas together with Mr. Fuzile, the DG of Treasury at the time. Mr. Jonas was still due to join them, but he had not left. They were all called back very unceremoniously. And you would think that on his return, maybe he would resign, but he did not. Indeed, he told the commission that one of the leaders of the ANC told him when he came back that the then president wanted to fire him, but would prefer him if he resigned. And there was a suggestion that maybe in the circumstances, it might not be a bad idea to resign with dignity. And Pravin Gordhan said, no, I will not resign. Let them fire me. And indeed, he did not resign. But we know that he was then fired at the end of March. And the commission had to look at why he was fired. And to establish why he was fired, the commission had to go back to Friday the 23rd of October 2015 at Saxonwald, where Mr. Jonas met with one of the Gupta brothers and two others, and was made the offer that he was made. Because it was at that meeting that he was told that Mr. Nhlanhla would be dismissed because he was not cooperating with the Guptas. And indeed, the person who was appointed to succeed Mr. Nhlanhla was appointed in order to facilitate state capture. And The one that the appointing authority wanted to appoint after Mr. Gordhan was, by his own admission, a friend of the Guptas. But the top ANC rejected that name. But the one who was appointed after was also a friend of the Guptas. The courage that Pravin Gordhan had to fight against corruption and state capture and against wrongdoing was amazing. Pravin Gordhan was a true public servant. He was a warrior against corruption and state capture. He has fallen. His spear has fallen. We have to pick it up and continue. It is just my wish that we should not end with singing his praises today in the way in which we are, which are well deserved, but that at a practical level, when we wake up tomorrow, we should go about our business not as business as usual. There should be something that we decide upon to help fight corruption and state capture that we will know when Pravin Gordhan passed on. This is one of the things we decided we would do as a country to make sure that we deal with corruption and state capture effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, we've been hearing a lot about Comrade Pravin's political life, his life as a parliamentarian, his life as a minister, but there's the other aspect of his life as well, where what he did in his political career, what he did in various other fields did impact, and also where he could draw support. Pravin was the father of two independent young women, and we are pleased that they are here with us today and have consented to address us. We'll call on Ms. Anisha Gordhan to address us first. She is the firstborn child. Anisha.
Your Excellency, Mr. President Ramaphosa, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, friends and family, all protocols observed. Sanibonani, Dumelang, Molweni, Goeiemiddag, good afternoon and namaste. Your presence here today means everything to our family. The outpouring of love since the passing of my dad has been a great source of comfort for us. We gather here today to honor the extraordinary life of Pravin Gordhan, a name that will forever be etched in the heart of our nation. I thank you for honoring him and for celebrating my father. He loved his country and its people. I'd like to start by asking you to picture South Africa where the cost of bread is 200 Rand, where billions of dollars have been paid to Russia for a failed nuclear program, where access to clean water is limited to a bucket per household per day, where load shedding lasts for days, a country where there is judicial incompetence, military interference in politics, where the rule of law and access to medication and basic medical care is non-existent. This is what a failed state looks like. South Sudan, Yemen, Syria are but a few examples. We were very close to this. But this man, our father, is one of the few courageous and honest souls that saved our beautiful country and its people from the brink of collapse. My father, Pravin Gordhan, his eldest brother, Maniklal, and his baby sister, Shanta. My dad, or Daddy-o, as I called him, grew up in a humble home. As a child, my grandmother used to read him stories from the Bhagavad Gita. This was one of his first memories of feeling triggered in his early life to fight against injustices. You know him as the activist, the freedom fighter, the civil servant, and liberator. But today I would like to take you through a journey with me, a journey through the life of Pravin Gordhan and his struggle for freedom, seen through the eyes of a child. For through the eyes of a child, we see the world as it should be. The journey begins in 1977. I was born to Pravin and Pravina, into a family of freedom fighters. My mother, a brave stalwart of the struggle in her own right, endured gruesome attacks and challenges from the security branch police since she was a child. Her father, my maternal grandfather, Natu Babinia, first fought in the Indian independence struggle and then spent 16 years as a prisoner on Robben Island. My cousins, Ketso, Saguna, and Hasu, were dedicated and committed activists. And my uncle and aunt, Maniklal and Jaya, were the backbone of the family. All 7 adults and I lived in a 3-bedroom flat in Prince Edward Street, Durban. 116 Prince Edward Street and later Gordon's Pharmacy below the flat were one of the key headquarters of the mass democratic movement. It was like an old-fashioned telephone exchange where people could be connected, given clear messages either to execute on or pass on. It was the nerve center that linked to nerve centers in Cape Town, Johannesburg, and later Lusaka. Even under banning orders, it still operated effectively as a communication hub. Some of the most regular visitors to our home included Yunus Muhammad, Yusuf Wauda, Vish Supasad, Vidhu Vedalanka, the Ram Gobind family, George Supasad, Farooq Mir, Bamba and Dolly Pillay, Swami Gaundan, Archie Gumede, Virgil Bonham, Krish Govender, Roy Padiachi, Paul and Ursula David, Selena, Anesh, Maggie, Charm, Deepak Oteps, Nadi and Prissy Jinabai, Daya Pillay, Jerry and Zubi Kuvadia, and Spider Jagannath, Alfantina and Rasheen, to name a few. These are activists who collectively made things happen, and the community that supported my dad, our family and each other through the tyranny of the apartheid state. Thanks to all of these courageous souls, I had many godmothers and godfathers, many of whom I am still very close to today. A story that is often told and which speaks to the type of relationships that existed at the time is the process of selecting a name for me. I was without a name for a few months when I was born, and it was put to a group of activists to democratically select a name for me. Yunus Muhammad, Jerry, and Zubi named me Anisa, which means a pleasant companion. My dad then built on this and named me Anisha, meaning a new dawn or without darkness. I'm still known and saved on Auntie Zubi's phone as Anisa to this day. The activity at our flat in Prince Edward Street brought significant attention from the security establishment. As a child, I remember raids in the early hours of the morning, tapped telephones, and constant monitoring of our household. During my years as a baby and a toddler, my mother would hide secret documents in my nappy, and when the security branch police came to raid the house, she would pass me to my aunt, who would then take away the documents and hide them. In 1977, when my dad was under a banning order, the police raided our home. They spotted a file on the top shelf labeled ANC. They visibly showed excitement, only to discover the file contained my mother's notes from her nursing degree, and ANC referred to antenatal clinics. Whenever there was a big campaign or a new release from Robben Island, our home was abuzz with planning, sending out activists to carry out key tasks, and always a place to grab a bite to eat. My aunt, my second mother, my ba, always ensured there was a delicious home-cooked meal to feed the many activists that popped in and out of our house. Her nurturing, motherly nature offered a place of comfort to many of the activists. My uncle, my dad senior by 12 years, and my second dad worked tirelessly in the sari shop, Bangalore Sari House, below the flat to provide for the family. He and my mum were the only 2 breadwinners at the time. Together they supported and largely supported our family and my dad's career as an activist. One of my earliest memories was the security branch police coming to take my father away to detention when I was 4 years old. My father was planning Griffiths and Tenge's funeral at the time, and the cops found pamphlets in our home. As they were taking my father away to detention, he told me to look at the faces of the security branch police and remember these men who were taking my father away. These men, he said, were working against the liberation of this country, and he taught me to call them oinks, meaning pigs. When I was 6 years old, my father was again detained. We had heard through an inside contact that he was at CR Swart prison. At the time, we had one of those telephones with the circular dial. Unbeknown to the adults in the house, I called CR Swart. I asked to speak to the oinks. And I told them that I wanted them to bring my daddy home. To this day, no one understands how I found the number, nor how I knew to use the telephone at the time. But the innocence of a child still didn't deter the oinks. The support provided by the community around us is what made the struggle years so rich and colorful for me. Brave people who would sacrifice everything they had in the name of the liberation struggle. Audrey and Max Coleman started the Detainees Parents Support Committee. They stood up to the apartheid security branch by organizing families of detainees and providing financial and other support where they could. The launch of the DPSC was held at St. Anthony's Church in Durban. I was 6 years old and was kept up until midnight to light the inaugural candle. As midnight struck and the candle was lit, there was a raid on the church. The police fired tear gas and brutally attacked the attendees. My mother hid me on the floor of the back seat of the car and covered me with her jacket. When it was all over, we emerged stronger and more resilient. My father's baby sister, Shanta, played a pivotal role in his life. They are 15 months apart and remained close until his dying day. She was his fiercest supporter and protector. She endured endless pressure from her family and risked her life on many occasions to protect her brother. On one occasion, we had found out that my father had been detained and was in the hospital because of an eye infection. My mother and aunt went to visit the hospital. The ward that my father was in was guarded by the police, so there was no way of seeing him. But my aunt innovatively took off her gold bangle and rolled it into the ward. She put down my cousin Hema, who was just a few months younger than a year, on the floor to crawl after the bangle. My aunt then bravely ran after Hema, saw my father, and managed to get a few secret messages to pass on. Growing up, my father tried his best to give me a small semblance of what a normal childhood would look like whenever he could. He would surprise me at the back door of a ballet concert with flowers, or pop into school for a 5-minute visit during break. My cousin Deepa fondly remembers a weekend we spent with my dad at Auntie Lali and Uncle Pat's home in Hillcrest. My father, my cousin Kamal, Deepa, and I spent the weekend swimming, watching movies, and eating loads of ice cream. This was the only holiday we spent together. During his underground days, visits with my father included disguises, which were mostly crazy wigs, clandestine swapping of cars, and eventually a milkshake at the Tropicana restaurant in Albert Park. Non-whites were not allowed to enter the restaurant, but you could be served in your car. Most of the time with my father was spent at mass meetings, at underground meetings, toy-toying on the streets of Durban, and fleeting glances in a police station or a courtroom. The energy at the ANC memorial held last night at Kendra Hall felt like one of those mass meetings. My father would have loved it. It was kids like Kaylin, which was Alfantina Karim's son, Anushka, my lifelong friend and sister, and the older generation of kids, the Ram Gobins, the Davids, the Pillais, and I. We were the kids that provided a refreshing distraction to the serious revolutionary rhetoric of the day. Being a fly on the wall of these endless meetings provided amazing insight into the struggle, how it was strategized, and the heated debates that existed. But little did I know the impact of what was taking place at the time. One such heated and divisive debate was in the 80s and at our Prince Edward Street apartment. It was whether to participate in the tricameral elections in 1984, whether to boycott or work in the system to bring it down. The decision to boycott and create the UDF were probably the most significant decisions of that period. The rest, as they say, is history. During Operation Vula, we didn't know where my father was for months. He was in a prison in Bethlehem, but on one fateful day, the security branch police had brought him to Durban and taken him to the wheel in Point Road to get themselves a meal at Wimpy. My father managed to tug on the emotional strings of one of the cops and explained that it was my birthday. He then asked them to please allow him to buy his daughter a birthday card and arranged for it to be thrown over the wall at our home. It was at this point that we knew that he was alive. So even as an activist, he still took time to be a father. My aunt one day hurriedly took my cousins and I out of school. We had no idea why or where we were going. We got to the Durban Magistrates Court, and it was the Operation Vula trial. We were excited that we were going to see my father after many, many months. We were not allowed to have any personal time with him, but as he walked up the stairs, he stroked my hand. And as he sat in the dock waiting, he kept looking back at me and smiling to check if I was okay. When they took him away, I had to be restrained by my aunt and others. I wanted to run after my father, and I couldn't accept that he wasn't coming home with us. When Madiba was released from Robben Island, he came to visit the Operation Vula detainees' families at the University of Durban-Westville. I was 14 years old then. Madiba looked at me and said, I got my looks from my beautiful mother and my handsome grandfather with whom he had spent 16 years on Robben Island. He put me on his lap and spoke to me about the great sacrifices my father was making for the country and for the sake of future generations. His praise for Pravin provided great comfort to me. During CODESA, there was a term that a political party wanted to negotiate. My father refused to agree to it. One day I was going to see my father, and my uncle received a call saying that if Pravin didn't agree to this term, they would kidnap me and hurt me. For months after, I was locked up for my protection, but this did not stop my father. He moved from activist to expert negotiator and played a crucial role in steering South Africa to democracy. In 1991, my father married Vanita Raju, and together they made a formidable pair to face the challenges that came in the years to follow. He became part of the Raju family. In 1992, his baby Priyesha was born. I watched him as he became the doting, devoted father to Priyesha, and he was just so proud of her. To the Raju family, thank you for all you have done for my father, for the many sacrifices you have made, and for all the cherished memories you shared with him. He had a special place in his heart for each and every one of you, and I thank you for showering him with so much love. To his surrogate sons, James, Viraj, Yaska, he loved you all. To James, thank you for taking such good care of my dad. I call you a blessing, and you really are. From 1994, I watched my father become a dedicated, hardworking civil servant. He worked in the local government sector and was instrumental in drafting our constitution. He worked tirelessly to realize the vision of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic South Africa. He worked to restore truth to politics, to repair the harms of inequality, and to move towards social and economic justice. He fiercely defended the democracy he fought so hard for. What people don't understand, and what we all need to be educated about, is that the period between 2009 and 2018 can only be remembered as a period in which most state institutions were ruined and pillaged. Technocrats were removed forcefully, whistleblowers were silenced, and all maintenance spend stolen. That is what the new government inherited in 2018, an almost failed state. To blame my father for the dysfunctioning of state-owned enterprises is both ignorant and factually incorrect. He was determined. He was determined to protect the jobs at SAA, Transnet, Eskom, Denel, and he spoke endlessly of protecting families from further hardship. He did what he could and worked furiously to protect our institutions and to lay a solid foundation for future generations. He faced brutal attacks during these years. Our personal safety was compromised, smear campaigns were designed by Bell Pottinger, bank accounts in Canada were created, and we were discredited as a family. All of this ultimately led to many comrades and friends distancing themselves from my father and our family. Despite this, he remained unshaken and more determined than ever. The fence-sitters that didn't want to take a stand now stand on platforms and loudly sing his praises. but the courage to connect the dots and stand for change came too late. He repeatedly said, "Our souls are not for sale, and our country is not for sale." My father's integrity was never compromised. I watched in awe as he took on the fight against corruption. After a series of attacks, I asked him one day how he could so steadfastly move forward with such precise focus. He told me to never let the noise disturb the fight to meet the end objective, to end corruption. After the 27 questions, the arrest warrants, the unintelligent intelligence report, and being so gravely disappointed by his own comrades, I asked him if he was able to sleep. His message to me was, "I won't allow these thugs to steal my precious sleep. I sleep with a clear conscience of doing nothing wrong." On Tuesday, when my father found out his condition was terminal, I once again watched his courageous spirit confront death. He methodically and systematically explained what he wanted as his last wishes. Many of his family and lifelong comrades visited him that day. His message to them was simple: take care of you and your families. Our work is not done, and the fight to protect the needy and uplift the poor must continue. It takes more than just an individual to be a great man like my father, to be an activist and a freedom fighter. It takes a support structure and a strong community. My father had this community in the ANC, but he also had this community in his family and comrades. I would like to thank all of you for being by our side during this difficult time. To Momo, Adrian, Vidhu, Teps, Derek, Trish, Ranjani, Nishan, Nava, Kanti, Fuad, Intabi, Sanjay, Ashwin, and many others. To Mr. President for being an amazing support structure to my dad and a brother to him. We appreciate you and we are eternally grateful. You are all so loved by my dad. It is a tough road to renewal. There's no easy walk to freedom. The essence of change is struggle, in a positive sense. What we need is a social and political coalition for renewal and change, one in which egos and individualism must be set aside for the great cause of saving a wonderful movement. My father was proud of what he helped build, but he was distraught at the rise in African nationalism, the uncaring and selfish acts of the greedy, the conspicuous consumption and unprincipled behavior by career politicians. But what we have witnessed over the past week is South Africans bonding around a common purpose, coming together to mourn the loss of one of our heroes. His heroism is reflected not only in his sacrifices from this country, but from the respect he commanded from all corners of the globe. The patriotism and social cohesion displayed over the past week is what would have made my father proud, and this is what he strived for during his life. Let us build. Let us stand up and fight for this beautiful country which has so much opportunity. Let us protect what we have for future generations, and let us build a nation that will make Pravin proud. Not bury our heads in the sand, not to lose hope, and not to feel powerless, but to recognize the immense strength that lies in our hands as a diverse, talented, and vibrant family of South Africa. Let us complete his unfinished work to build a stronger, more unified, more inclusive, great nation of South Africans. I end with one of his favorite quotes by Nelson Mandela. I am fundamentally an optimist. Whether that comes from nature or nurture, I cannot say. Part of being optimistic is keeping one's head pointed towards the sun, one's feet moving forward. There are many dark moments when my faith in humanity was sorely tested, but I would not and could not give myself up to despair. That way lays death and defeat. Today we mourn the dead, tomorrow we live for them. Hamakashle, Dad. Until we meet again, I love you.
They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and we are seeing it. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Anisha. Thank you very much, darling. Let me now call Pravin Gordhan to speak to us.
Good afternoon. I've inherited a lot from my dad, as evidenced by the cheeks and the double chin, but unfortunately an aptitude for public speaking is not one of them, so please bear with me. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance today in honor of my father, and thank you, Mr. President, for affording him this honor. You have by now heard many things about my father as a pharmacist, a commissioner, a minister, an activist, a freedom fighter, a public servant, and a CODESA chair, a hero to the country and to the movement. But for me, there's a certain cognitive dissonance in my head about who Pravin Gordhan is. A stoic leader, formidable in his fortitude and intellectualism in public spheres, but at the end of the day, a simple, humble, and compassionate man, just my dad. The dad who massaged my head for hours to alleviate my migraines, the dad who never erased my drawings on his whiteboard at work, instead writing around them. The dad who was at every award ceremony and special event, no matter what public engagements he had. And the dad who pushed me to understand dialectical materialism when all I wanted was to scroll on my phone. And he was the best father I could have ever wished or hoped for, as cliche as that sounds. I grew up with my father in a different time. I don't have struggle stories, and I was very privileged to be with him at a time where he could be home more often with his family, and I wanted to give you a little glimpse of what that was like. My father loved spy movies and romantic comedies. He supported Liverpool, but always made a point to support the underdog in any competition. He could not tolerate the slamming of doors in the house or the car doors because it brought him back to the trauma of being in detention and the cell being slammed shut by the security police. His favorite art piece was a sculpture named The Thinker. After his detentions, he could stomach almost any food, and he wasn't fussy, except for peanut butter. My father only had his first taste of alcohol after South Africa achieved its democracy in 1994. He made this choice so that he would never find himself inebriated and vulnerable and possibly at risk of giving up information. He was incredibly disciplined. My father loved stationery and notebooks and has created quite the collection over the past few years, and one of our favorite pastimes was window shopping in an art shop. My father was present in almost every facet of my life, and he is deeply embedded in everything that I am. One of my favorite anecdotes is on a particular casualty shift that ended at 7:30, a time that I was still firmly in denial about my deteriorating eyesight, and so I never wore glasses. I was walking back to the main casualty area after our handover round. I then noticed very blurrily that a crowd had suddenly formed just after the nurse's station. My initial instinct was, oh no, what has happened now? As I cautiously approached, I noticed that the patients were surrounding someone. As I got closer and my visual acuity improved, I realized that it was my father in the middle of that crowd. He had come to collect me from work after my shift and had come into the casualty to look for me as I had taken longer than usual to come out. The crowd were actually patients excitedly surrounding him in an attempt to greet him. In that moment, I saw someone who inspired and brought joy, even to those who were sick, in pain, and scared. What a privilege to be that person, and an even greater privilege to be associated with them. I realized the honor I had as his daughter, and what a profound and beautiful honor it is. Of course, he then kept me at work longer after my tiring shift, as he spoke to clerks and triage staff trying to optimize the waiting time at the hospital. This is just one of many stories that I have, and since then I have been honored to witness more and more of these types of interactions. Usually with ordinary South Africans on the ground, those interactions gave him the most peace and confirmation that he was doing right by this country. With regards to my parents, the most resilient and loving team, I've often referred to them as soulmates, but now I think that it is more than that. I firmly believe that they are twin flames, one soul in two bodies, activists, comrades, and life partners, and it has been a blessing and a gift to bear witness to their remarkable relationship. To see the simplicity and humility of their bond, their unwavering devotion to each other. True partners are a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and unconditional love. My father rarely spoke about my mother in public, partly to protect us from the public eye, but also because he would often start to cry when he spoke of her. He always taught me to constantly raise the bar, but in this case, they've already set the bar extremely high. He always used the term that we serve at the pleasure of the president, but I always added the qualification and Vanitha. My father was a party man and a disciplined and dedicated cadre of the movement, fiercely devoted to his country and its people. He fervently believed that the renewal and revitalization of the ANC was possible. One of my dad's favorite philosophers and writers was Antonio Gramsci, and Gramsci once said, "I hate the indifferent. I believe that living means taking sides. Indifference and apathy are parasitism, perversion, not life. That is why I hate the indifferent." South Africans, please continue to connect the dots. Don't be fooled by the convincing tones of populist rhetoric. Continue my father's legacy, a life dedicated and devoted to the betterment of this country and its people. He once said, "The public should mobilize. Fragmented voices don't have the weight it requires. Masses make history, not individuals." The best honor that you can give him is to continue the fight for non-racialism and social justice. He was not a religious man, but he believed that the meek shall inherit the earth. It is difficult for me as a medical person that I was unable to save my father, and it is something that I will have to deal with in the years ahead. From his teachings and his influence, I am deeply committed to our public healthcare system, and hopefully I can make a difference to other people and their families. Dad, all I can say is thank you. Thank you for this extraordinary life, for loving me so immensely and being so proud of me. I will miss you every day of my life, but I know our bond transcends physical boundaries. I will spend the rest of my life trying to live every day to make you proud. If I achieve anything good or great in this life, it will be because I've had you as my father and my lodestar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priyesha. We've learned from the two daughters, and it's very enriching to know from those who are closest to you who you are. Allow me to ask His Excellency the President to come and give a eulogy at this moment. His Excellency the President.
Thank you. Program Director, my dear sister Vanitha, dearest Anisha and Priyesha, and the extended Gordhan family, the acting Premier of our province, KwaZulu-Natal, ministers and deputy ministers here present, members of the judiciary, the leadership of the South African National Defence Force and the South African Police Service, the leadership of the African National Congress, Pravin Gordhan's party, as led by the Secretary General, Fikile Mbalula, the leadership of the alliance partners, COSATU and the SACP, and indeed the leadership of other political parties that are here present, religious leaders, traditional leaders, and leaders of various community-based organizations, and comrades and friends. It was the poet Rabindranath Tagore who said, "We come nearest to the great in humility." Today we bid farewell to a humble servant of our people, Pravin Gordhan. For all his achievements, despite his immense contribution to our country and to its people, Pravin was at all times a humble human being and activist. It was his humility as a person and as a leader that made him a great human being. It was his unwavering belief that a political activist must serve no other cause than the cause of freedom that made PG so exceptional. It is that which makes great all true servants of our people who are leaders. Leaders who accept the responsibility to lead with humility, with commitment, and with courage. They are leaders who also admit themselves and submit themselves to being led. These are leaders who speak up when they must, but who also listen to the voices of our people attentively. These are the leaders who are magnanimous in victory and gracious in defeat. Such leaders are people who stand up for what is right, even at great personal cost to themselves. That is who Pravin was. Pravin joined the struggle at a young age, as we have heard. He became active in the Natal Indian Congress and the South African Communist Party. The origins of his activism in student and civic politics was to define his political perspective and attitude. Even as a member of parliament, even as a minister, at his essence, PG remained a grassroots activist who was well versed in mobilization, in organizing people. He was one of those rare people who knew what the real cost of struggle was. His activism earned him arrests, beatings, and detentions. He knew the perils of underground work. As an operative of Operation Vula, he was interrogated, tortured, and thrown into solitary confinement, and then tried. Yet, whenever called upon, he stepped forward to always serve. PG is remembered as a key figure in the formation of the United Democratic Front. He's also remembered as a leader of the South African Communist Party structures and the African National Congress, his political home. He became known as a seasoned negotiator and astute tactician. I know this from the front seat row as I worked with him very closely during negotiations. He played an important role in our country's peaceful transition to democracy, contributing positively at all times, without sacrificing any of his movement's principles. He was one of the architects in the end of our democratic constitution, both at a political level and at an organizing level, running the administration as well of the whole process. As a pharmacist, as a dedicated revolutionary, he may not have seemed the best choice to lead the South African Revenue Service. Because how do you mix tax and pharmaceuticals? But in him we found an intelligent person who was steeped in enterprise and diligence that made him the perfect person to build one of the most important and effective institutions of our young democracy. It was these attributes that made him the right person to be appointed also the Minister of Finance at a time of great difficulty and challenge for our country during a global economic crisis. In every task that he was given and in every portfolio he occupied, he was methodical and industrious. He understood the value of the work that he had been given. He understood that efficient revenue collection was essential for the fundamental transformation of our society. He understood also that careful management of public finances was vital for the education of our children and the health of our population. He knew that if the lives of the poor were ever to be improved, municipalities needed to work and to work well. He also knew that if unemployed South Africans were to find work, the country's trains needed to run and the ports needed to function properly. He knew that the power stations of Eskom needed to produce enough electricity to drive a thriving economy. Always an activist, he did the work that needed to be done. And as an activist, he's a person who stood firm on principle and never sacrificed what he believed in. During one of the most painful chapters in our democratic history, as the state was being looted by the powerful and the connected, he chose to resist. Using all means at his disposal, he worked to thwart the capture of the state. Drawing on the substantial moral stature that he had, he refused to be silenced. He was prepared to confront those who had once been his own comrades, whom he had once looked up to as leaders, but who had abandoned the cause of our people. As many others looked away, his revolutionary consciousness demanded no less of him than to speak out, and speak out he did. For him, it was no different to when he joined the struggle against apartheid. It was a choice between what was right and what was wrong. It was a choice between standing with the people or standing against the people. There was never any doubt where Pravin Gordhan stood. What gave him strength and encouragement was that he was not alone. Among his comrades, among activists, among civic leaders, among public servants, among broader society, was a growing movement against state capture. In ways that history has yet to fully record, Pravin Gordhan played a pivotal role in giving form and effect, yes, to the voices and to the movement that rose against state capture. This earned him the ire of the enablers of state capture. They hated him. They wanted to see him gone. It earned him the wrath of those more interested in political expediency than in undoing the great damage and harm that state capture had done. PG endured, as we have heard, vicious personal attacks. These attacks were dishonest. They were disingenuous. They were condescending, and they were patronizing as well. Many of these attacks were also racist. And they were directed at one of our country's foremost champions of non-racialism. These attacks did nothing to diminish PG's standing amongst many South Africans. Instead, they exposed the moral bankruptcy of those who chose to target him and also to target his family. His family suffered immensely from the attacks that were leveled against them. It was shameful then, and it remains shameful even today. Let it never be that in the robust festival of ideas and vibrant public space that is the hallmark of our democracy, that we stoop so low to slander and be so dismissive of people who stand for the truth. Let it never be that in trying to portray ourselves as the liberators, that we come to sound like the oppressor. It takes a person of true mettle to withstand the onslaught that Pravin was subjected to. I had the privilege of working alongside him for many years during the struggle against apartheid at CODESA and in the Constitutional Assembly, in the ANC and in government. I will remember him fondly for having a very collaborative spirit, of always being positive. I will remember him for his tact, for his strategic thinking, especially also if one disagreed with him. I will remember him standing firm on principle, and I will miss his incisive contributions in cabinet and in many other meetings in our party, the ANC. And I will miss our many discussions over many hours at my home, in offices, on the telephone, conversations that would go late into the night. I valued his frankness and his forthrightness on many issues. He was one of those who, as one engaged with, was always meticulous in his thinking, always well prepared for any topic that one engaged him on. And I respected his opinions, and I appreciate that he always afforded me the same courtesy. He was my comrade, he was also my colleague, and he was a very good friend. There are a great many lessons one can draw from his life and from his political activism. The most fitting tribute we can pay Pravin is to reflect on our own actions, to consider what we can and should each do to serve our people better and our country better, to reflect on what it means to be an activist, for he was the quintessential activist, to consider if we are prepared to weather the great storms that so often confront acts of courage and integrity. These are the issues upon which we must indeed all reflect as we bid farewell to this great son of our country. It is in times of difficulty that moral courage is valued most. It is at times of renewal and rebuilding that activism is most needed. And this is the time of renewal and rebuilding. As we strive to rebuild our country, as the government of national unity, we will rely on men and women of integrity, men and women of honor and courage to account and to help shepherd our country in a new era and its people. Pravin Gordhan's spear has fallen, and it is now up to us to pick it up and take our country forward. I'd like to say to the Gordhan family, the nation shares your sorrow at the loss of a husband, a father, a brother, a cousin, and an uncle. I'd like to thank you for affording me the opportunity to talk to him a few days before he departed from this world. He was lucid as I spoke to him on Tuesday after Anisha called me. I happened to be in Cape Town, and she said, if you'd like to see him, come see him because he'll be gone soon. I couldn't be in Johannesburg, but I'm glad that you allowed me the opportunity to come and spend his last hours with him. And in a sense, I think he waited for me to come and see him before he departed. It is not lost on any of us that his dedication to our country demanded great personal sacrifice from you as a family. And to the friends and comrades and compatriots of our beloved departed comrade, be comforted in the knowledge that his legacy continues to guide our every effort to build a free, just, and equal South Africa. What Pravin dedicated his life to is what we will continue doing so that we do not let him down. I leave you with the words from Rabindranath Tagore once again, when he said, "Give me the strength lightly to bear my joys and sorrows. Give me the strength to make my love fruitful in service. Give me the strength never to disown the poor or bend my knees before insolent might. Give me the strength to raise my mind high above, to surrender my strength to thy will with love." Comrade Pravin, you were all of these things. Yours was a life fruitful in service. You bore your sorrows with strength and dignity. You stood up for the poor, and you never disowned them. You would not bend your knee before injustice. You would not bend your knee before those who were stealing from the poor. Where many tried to bring you down with their insults, your feet remained firmly on the high ground. And now you have surrendered your strength to the will of your Creator. You were a much admired, much respected, and much loved comrade. You were a much loved colleague. Hambagash.
Lizali sidinga lakho Thixo Nkosi yenyaniso zonke inhlanga zokizizwe masizuze usindi. May I ask the chaplain, Brigadier Tembiso Shobet Nkosi, to come on stage and give the sermon. Lokwelilizwe magakobe phambikwa sithizo kilwimi zilucela udumo. Program directors, thank you for the opportunity. The Gordhan's family and all families related to this family, His Excellency the President of our beautiful country, South Africa, Babu Ramaphosa, the entourage yake, my National Commissioner and his deputies. There is so much of greatness in this house. For me to be safe, let me just say all protocols are being respectfully and exceptionally observed. May this afternoon be good to us all in Jesus' name, amen. Hallelujah. Oh, hallelujah. Ngumfundisi phela mina bazalwane. Amen. Allow me shortly to read just three, if it is not 4 verses from the Bible I want us to read in the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 9, reading from verse 1. Yes, reading from verse 1 to verse 3, then jump and read verse number 5. Where the Bible reads as follows. I thought about all these things so that I could understand them. I realized that God controls what happens to people. That includes righteous people and wise people. God decides the things that they do. Nobody knows what will happen in their lives. Other people may love them or they may hate them too. But there is something which happens to everyone. It happens to righteous people and it happens to wicked people. It happens to good people and it happens to bad people. It happens to people who are clean in front of God and it happens to people who are unclean. It happens to people who offer sacrifices to God and it happens to people who do not do that. It happens to good people and to people who turn away from God. It happens to people who make promises to God. It also happens to people who are afraid to do that. Then verse number 5. People who are alive know that they will die one day. But dead people do not know anything. Can you please allow me to leave there? If I was reading from the New Living Translation version, it will say, after said all those two verses that I started with, in verse number 5, it will start by saying, at least all living knows that they will die. Amen. As I've already mentioned that I wanted to be brief, all what I wanted to say this morning to the family, to the colleagues, to the friends, country at large, is that, but we shall continue to sing the song. We will sing the song. If we read the few verses that I've read this afternoon, it's as if God was in an upper place looking at us as we are seated here with everyone that have spoken, saying all the things that have been done by our fellow father, the minister, Mr. Pravin Gordhan. To some of the things that have been said, it is indeed, we wish that he could be given another chance to continue to do, because it was only good acts of the citizen or the good citizen of our country. So it seems as if God is standing in a very high place looking at us saying all these things. Then at the end of it all, he says, at least in all their sadness, in all their brokenness, in all what they're going through at this moment, they know that people. The message that I wanted to bring across is that having said all these things, the very same God that I'm saying He's standing at the point where He's looking at us, where we are, is the only God that we can run unto, is the only God that we can find our hope, is only God that we can find our solace. As I was reading these verses, preparing to come here, a child came in my mind. To some of us that are parents and those that were parents at some stage, there will be a moment where you will have to give a hiding to your child, a toddler, a baby. And as you do that, instead of him or her running away from you, he or she will cry and run unto you. The only reason he's doing that is that you are the only hope and the only place where he thinks or she thinks he can find solace. And God is expecting us at that level in the moment, that when we find ourselves being sad, when we find ourselves being overwhelmed, the only place that we can run unto is only to him and him alone. It's a fact that we are what we are because of him. We don't have any other option. We don't have any other hope other than to run unto him. Even if he did not do what we want him to do, but the only hope we have is him. Even if he does not do things that would wish him that he could have done for us, but he is the only hope. Even things does not go well the way we think they should be with us, the only hope is him. And the only hope that we can run unto is him and him alone. If there is something or someone that can take God away from us, that particular person could have killed us alive, because the only hope that we know is God. As I'm about to close, David one day is singing in Psalms chapter 23. Those that went to church in the early years of their lives, they will remember this. Verse number 4. He says this: even though I walk in the valley of shadow of death, I will fear nothing, for I know that you are with me. Your rod and your comfort, and your staff and your rod comforts me. It's not because David was not feeling the pain of what he was going through. It's not that he was not afraid of the situation that he was faced with family. It's not that whatsoever that happened by that time meant nothing to him. But the knowledge of knowing who he has at that time was making him to say this powerful statement, that even though we walk at this moment, we are not afraid, because we know that you, God, you are with us. We have to sing the song. We shall sing the song, knowing that we have this great God on our side. Will make nothing to shut us off, as the South Africans would have to continue, my president, to sing the song. Even though our brothers are leaving us and sisters the way, this one is gone as well. But we shall continue to sing the song. If God is for us, who can be against us? What he said is going to be yesterday, he is today, and he's still going to be in tomorrow. I want us to take this moment just to meditate for a few seconds on this word. We shall sing the song. Amen. At this moment, I will take the opportunity to call upon the marshalling officer and the police ceremonial to march in as we are finalizing what we are to do.
Ithemba lami embala ngonyuka ngonyu
Thank you. We'll now request the us to come and undrape the coffin. After they've removed the flag, they will then fold it. The marshalling officer will receive the flag, and then he shall take the flag to the National Commissioner of the Police, General Masimula, who will then hand over the flag to His Excellency, the President of the Republic Cyril Ramaphosa, who will then hand it over to the family. Thank you, Mr. President. We will now invite the SAPS band to play Abide With Me, followed by the last post and the general salute, and then the reveille. Over to you, band master.
No! General salute! Present!
Thank you so much. We'll now hand over to the marshalling officer, who will then request permission for the guard of honor to be withdrawn. Thank you so much to SAPS. At this juncture, we are going to request the President of the Republic, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to come and pay his last respect. Over to you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I will now request the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, General Masemula, to come and do the last salute. He will be the last one to do the salute. Thank you, General. Thank you. That concludes the official part of this funeral. I will then hand over to the family to continue with to lead with the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Directors.
Thank you very much. May we be seated? I just want to explain that all the burial rites in terms of the official's funeral have been done here. This is so because the family has requested that from here to the crematorium, it becomes a private family that does that with the president. We are asking whether the Veterans League have the flag. The family pallbearers will then take the cottage, and I will ask us to stand up while the family and the president departs for the crematorium. And once again, appeal to all of us that we should not go to the crematorium, but we have done and paid our respects here. Thank you very much.
Yes, then I can let you know. Okay, no, definitely we will sort it.
On behalf of the family, as well as the President and government, would like to thank you all for your attendance, and as the family procession finishes, we can all depart. I'm told there are refreshments outside. Thank you very much.